The world is in panic as conservatives are winning elections all over the place. First, it was in the Netherlands. We had the farmers who were rising up with their machines fleeing manure until they rode that filthy flying excrement to political victory. Real tangible gains in their parliament there. Absolute insanity. People were quaking in their boots, particularly Davos crowd, all these world globalists. They were concerned about what's happening in Denmark, in the Netherlands, right? And then we go over to Germany, and we've had the rise of the AfD, the Alternative for Germany. It's just absolutely insane. Look, here's a wonderful quote right here from one of the most popular websites out there. Is Germany's far-right AfD a threat to democracy? And if you hear that and you go, gee, that sounds familiar. And then when you see that recent elections in Germany have resulted in leftists burning cities, burning cars, protesting, and attacking police. Gee, isn't that what the leftists always do? Every time they lose elections, they start saying democracy is under attack because we lost an election. Do they ever accuse the far-right extremists of, cheating on the elections? No, they just say it's illegitimate because it's anti-democratic, because they think mean thoughts. Well, it didn't stop in Germany, friends. Oh, we had the French EU conservative wave, right? Just earlier this month, we had elections for the EU Parliament. And for all the countries that haven't left the Union yet, like the UK finally was able to pull off, much to the annoyance and grinding of teeth in Europe, right? Well, the French delegation to the EU is going to be made up of a lot of conservatives. We have Le Pen's party in France, and they sent a whole bunch of representatives, right? And same thing was happening over in Germany, AfD, and a whole bunch of other states inside the European Union also sent folks who were more to the right than what would make these crazed leftist globalists happy, right? Okay, so we had that, and that triggered what just happened yesterday, which is, so sweet. Macron, the president of France, felt his authority challenged, and so he thought it would be better to call a snap election real fast before Le Pen and all the other folks out there could be prepared for an election. He thought he could catch them off guard. Well, the first round of the election just happened yesterday, and did Macron get crushed? Yes, he did. It is now possible, it's possible that Le Pen's national rally may take, in the second round, an outright majority of the parliament in France. Ooh, yikes. Yeah, Macron will still be president, but if he loses their legislative side of things, basically nothing gets done. And it's a telling sign that probably they're going to get a new president real soon. And when they do, suddenly people who aren't ashamed of the French flag will be in charge. Now, that's not the only places we've had craziness going on, and we got more coming this week. A major election coming this Thursday. But before we get there, let's go back in time just a little bit further to Canada. Several liberal bastions of Canada have fallen to conservatives, and Trudeau is quivering in his Cuban boots. It's fantastic. And if you wonder why I just brought up Cuba, make sure you understand. Just Google Trudeau, Castro, and the truth will be evident to you of his genealogy. Let's just say it that way. Trudeau is fuming mad and fearful as the elections have recently gone against him and his anti-trucker rally folks. People saw the debanking of those who had donated just a few dollars to the trucker rally. And what happened in Washington, D.C. in January years ago basically happened in Canada at that rally. And so it's the same thing. It's just people are fed up with this. Using the tools of authority like the police, the national security state, and the military for your political purposes to persecute your political opponents, and hijacking the justice system to use it against fellow Canadians. People are fed up with that. And like I said, it looks like we're going to have another interesting time on Thursday this week when the UK goes to the polls. The United Kingdom is considering whether or not to send Nigel Farage to the Prime Minister's office in London, which, let's just say, Le Pen and her party dominant in France, the AfD rising in Germany, and Nigel Farage as Prime Minister of the UK would be just so sweet. There is this massive wave of libertarian and conservative folks rising up around the world, people realizing that this globalist, liberalist, eat the bugs agenda is just not what they want. They're tired of the wars and supporting countries that are not allies by getting dragged into World War III with no votes. Has any country out there voted in their legislative, the population? Has there been a single referendum on whether or not to send billions and billions more to that country in Eastern Europe? Has there been any popular appeal to the people? No. These isolated legislatures, these presidents and prime ministers are doing these things on behalf of their constituents without the consent of their constituents. There's a reason why the power of war belongs to the U.S. Senate, right? We're supposed to vote on war. And yet we keep getting into these police actions and these engagements with no end, with finances that we don't have the money for. I've already talked about how the fact is that this year, 100% of our tax revenues are going to go to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, other fixed spending programs like food stamps that are by law locked in, and interest on our national debt. Between those, we have nothing left. Nothing left. For our Defense Department, for the CIA, for the NSA that spies on us, all of that is just borrowed money. Every little thing that we send overseas, that's borrowed money. We're borrowing money to do all of the things that you and I don't want us to be doing. We can build a border wall on every country out there except for our own. We can deploy our troops to every single country around the world except our own, or even to any countries that actually border our country. If anyone had half a brain in their head, they'd declare war on Mexico and invade 100 feet into Mexico and create a DMZ. Like, we wouldn't have to do anything for that. We could just do it. With all these police actions of how we've invaded how many different countries, we could just do that. The United States president could pick up the phone, order the troops to move 100 feet or 1 mile into Mexico and create a DMZ. that anything that crosses that DMZ that doesn't go through the actual roads, doesn't go through the actual rail lines, through the inspection points, gets stopped. This is how, like, I don't know, every other country functions. Did you know that the Mexican southern border has razor wire and a frickin' wall? I know, it's a surprise, isn't it? Mexico's southern border has a wall. But not the United States, because that would be crazy. Every other country protects their border. Try crossing China's border into the country illegally and see what happens. When you find your way into the jail cell with maybe some of your organs missing, you can tell me that the United States is being so terribly unfair. We have a president, a former president that's up for election again. He shouldn't be eligible for election because we already elected him president twice. So, you know, if anyone wants to raise a real constitutional issue, that's the real constitutional issue we should be raising, is that Donald Trump is not eligible to run for president again. But we're all going to, I guess, go along with the mirage and the stupidity and the outright lies that are out there that this will be his second or something. But this wave is not just the United States. We've been feeling this patriotic nationalism, this libertarian, this get the government off my back and leave me alone. Leave us law-abiding citizens alone and start prosecuting the criminals. You know, the people that are committing violent crimes in the cities. Did you know why Biden can get up there and start talking about how crime has continued to drop under his presidency? And all these liberals go out there and be like, look, the national crime statistics show that crime continues to drop. What do you mean crime is rising? Well, we mean simply the fact that Democratic cities have stopped reporting the crime to the national crime statistics. And the fact is that when you take out cities like Chicago and Los Angeles and Baltimore and Philadelphia, when they just don't record any crimes to the national level, well, yeah, it makes sense that suddenly national crime has gone down, even though it hasn't. Just because in Chicago right now, it's so bad that if you get shot, there's only a 50% chance that the police are actually going to respond to the shooting. You can be laying in a pool of your own stuff, and you pick up that phone and you call, and they maybe will show up. Maybe. For violent assaults, arson, 50% actual response rate from the Chicago PD. Can you imagine that? That's like what's that dude, Two-Face in Batman? He flips a coin to see if he's going to do something bad or not do something bad. It's like that. The police are like Two-Face from Batman villains. We have, and that's not just Chicago, that's just the stats we have. The problem is that these Democrat cities are hiding the facts. They're not reporting the crimes. Most of these third world inner cities of the United States, the police aren't showing up to stop crimes. They're showing up to document crimes, but those documents never make it to the federal level. And believe me, they never get published at the state or the municipality level either. It's absolutely insane what's going on out there, what's happening in downtown Paris, where rioting took place last night, where angry immigrants and leftists took to the streets to start attacking police in the streets because they were upset that people who want to actually document people in their country would actually win some seats in the vote. You know, how anti-democratic is it that people vote a way you don't want them to? Spoken like true dictators and authoritarians, isn't it? We have a lot of work to do here in the United States, and there's a lot of work around globally that needs to be done. But friends, we're finding that more and more people are on our side, not because we have convinced them necessarily, not because we have shifted towards them, but rather because the people in power who used to be their allies have shifted so hardcore into insanity that rational people can't stand for this anymore. And the absolute insanity, I mean, to see the people cheering Jill Biden and her incendiary stupidity, really. I don't know if you saw that where she's praising her husband for answering every question. He didn't, but, you know, that's not high praise, that you answered every question. And then she just starts chanting in this terrifying chant of Donald Trump lied. He told lies. I mean, it was like something out of Harry Potter. I mean, just the evilness of it all. Just over the top. I mean, just the cackling. What is up with the cackling ladies of the left? I mean, they don't laugh with joy. They laugh with this forced evilness. It's like the evil geniuses and the evil people of the Disney movies of old, you know? It's like that's how you knew they were evil. And now they do that, and they don't even realize how ironic it is. But people are seeing through it. The true colors are coming out. And people are done with it. People are waking up and rising up around the world. It's encouraging to see, but there is so very far to go. It's going to be a ways before Germany actually wakes up to the point where they can actually get control of the government over there. Le Pen, if she falls short, if the National Rally falls short of the 50%, there is like absolutely 0% chance any of the other groups will ally with the National Rally, and they will all gather the wagons around themselves and they will form a unity coalition to oppose the National Rally. It doesn't matter if it's 49%. They can form a coalition of 51% of all the other parties and just force the National Rally into the back seats. And that's what's going to happen, probably. That's probably what's going to happen. If they win an outright majority, that's the only way that they actually take control of the French legislature. We got a long ways to go. Not only do we have to win back the presidency, but we have to win back the Senate, which is looking fairly good there for us in the United States. But we also need to expand our majority holding of the House, because it's really at razor thin margins right now. The fact that the Democrats keep getting some defectors from the Republicans to pass their bills is really, really atrocious. And it's really even more atrocious when the Speaker of the House seems to always be voting with the Democrats instead of with the Republicans. You know, makes you wonder who your friends are. You know what I mean? We keep getting told, oh, vote for Republicans because they're on our side. Yeah, sure they are. Which ones? There's a few of them that seem to be on our side, but most of them seem to be just in it for themselves. And they keep swinging over to the other side whenever it's convenient for them. We got a lot of work to do. Will we be able to pull this one out of the fire? It's like a firecracker that's sitting in the fire. You can reach in and grab it and try pulling it out before it explodes, but it could just blow up in your hand. And that's kind of the situation politically where we are in the United States and around the world, where everything is literally on edge. It's not to be a Debbie Downer, but it is to recognize the situation. This is our last chance to really pull things back, because if we don't, we may not get another chance. All right, friends. Well, make sure you're getting stocked up. Make sure you're getting prepared. We're going to keep watching these elections roll in. Hopefully this Thursday, the UK gets the right guy in office. But we'll see. We'll see. Thanks so much for watching. If you want to check out another video from this channel, there's one right up here. I'll see you over there, or I'll see you guys later. Steve Poplar of the Poplar Report, out. We got a credible attack potentially happening on U.S. military bases in Europe any day now. We have widespread riots across Paris, as well as other cities where leftists did not get their way. Normal food is no longer food here in the United States, and we need to talk basically about the canned chicken and tuna, because we're getting some disturbing reports out there. The EU was caught paying South African officials to shut down the power grid to make it green, like literally shutting off power plants when there wasn't enough electricity to go around. And since some of the ministers down in South Africa are like, hey, why is this power plant shut down when we have people's power switched off? Like, why don't we just turn on the power plant? And they're being told, we can't switch that power plant on because it's coal. And we've been paid by the European Union to switch it off. And so they switched it back on, and the European Union is losing their mind. Like, how can they turn on the power plants? We got to talk about that. We have an oil and gas insider warning us about what's going on inside the U.S. oil exploration and what's going on with rig counts. And it isn't good. And on a positive note, we got a super useful tip for preppers from an old plumber. Friends, you want to stick around for all of this. There's a whole bunch that we're going to get to. Welcome to the Poplar Report. I'm Steve Poplar. I'm an accountant by trade, and these are your updates, your reports that you guys are sending in. Make sure you use the word update in your comment below or on any video on this channel to make sure you get to the right place, and give us some geographical location so it can be useful. We do want to thank our sponsor, Genesis Gold Group. If you haven't contacted them and you have an IRA, you have a 401k, and you're like, maybe I don't want to have it in stocks. Maybe I want to get it diversified into some metals, or maybe some of it into metals. Well, that might be a good idea. You might want to talk to Jonathan and his team about what they can do and what it would look like. They'll tell you all the fees and everything like that, and you can decide whether it's a good fit for you. If you do call them, which is down in the description down below, make sure you mention this channel so they waive the setup fee. All right, so we have a credible, let's read the quote here. This is from a defense official. There is credible intel pointing to an attack against U.S. bases in Europe over the next week or so. Yeah, so somebody's going to commit a terrorist attack and has been intercepted by the same guys that spy on us. They know it's going to happen. And when we say this kind of stuff, it tends to happen. Most U.S. bases in Spain, Germany, Italy, Bulgaria, Romania, and Poland are now at Force Protection Condition Charlie, which is orange. It's not quite like DEFCON, because DEFCON is like how ready we are to like attack another country or defend ourselves against another country in an offensive way. Force Protection Condition is how locked down the bases are. So right now, soldiers are no longer allowed off base in uniform. If they leave base, they must go in civilian clothes so that they do not draw attention to themselves and they do not draw an attack on themselves. But the bases are almost certainly putting out the sandbags in front of the checkpoints. They got all the barriers coming out because they are going to be searching vehicles much more thoroughly. All the different ways that they can escalate the security around the bases. This is not a sustainable level of force protection. It says right in the force protections that this will degrade military units' capabilities if kept in place. This is for a credible, temporary threat against our bases, and it's only for certain bases. That's where we are right now. If they were to get the name of a base that was actually being targeted specifically, that would go to threat level red. And that would be for a very short period of time at only like one base. That's because they know that that's the base that's going to get attacked. So this is going to happen somewhere in Europe, it looks like, unless this somehow thwarts the attack. We have widespread riots across Paris and other cities after radical leftists didn't like how the election went yesterday. Marine Le Pen and her radical conservatives who, want to wave the French flag and be classical liberals, basically. We probably wouldn't be super comfortable with them, but, the simple fact is that they are to the right of the crazy loons that are in office right now. And because of that, they are undermining democracy or something like that by winning an election. This is the first round of those French elections. There's a second round coming, but it is, let's just say, making a lot of people unhappy. All the wrong people are unhappy. It's just great. Nana says, my daughter bought 12.15 pounds of ground beef at Costco. Let me know if you guys are seeing this too. Got home to make burgers for the freezer and through the process found out that she only got 11.85 pounds of ground beef. It only weighed 12.15 pounds when she added the foam tray and the wrapping. Is that what you guys are seeing out there too, where they're not measuring the beef, but measuring all the packaging and everything like that included? Not quite honest, is it? Sally says, nobody is talking about the heavy rains and flooding in South Dakota, Minnesota, and Iowa. Affected crops of corn, soybeans, wheat, and pastures for cattle getting swamped. And I'm one of the cattle ranchers who quit and sold our 5-generation ranch in eastern Oregon just over a year ago. Government intrusion is non-stop crazy. But good news is in the red state of South Dakota, my daughter and her husband are building up their cattle herd. Prices are still strong. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that. And if you guys aren't preparing for the beef-amageddon that is coming, you need to be getting prepared for that, because when a lot of ranchers are getting out right about now, they're like, we don't want to have to be testing our cattle for bird flu. It's bad enough testing your cattle for like cow flu, but testing them for bird flu is just downright insane. And, that there may be mandates on all the workers that are working with the cattle may need to get a poke soon. We're talking about having to use protective devices like masks around cattle and all this kind of stupid stuff that seems to be coming our way. A lot of ranchers are just like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. You can have my cattle. We'll just turn them into ground beef, but let's cash out now before that all gets crazy. So that's why beef prices are down. But it's not going to last very long, friends. Bonnie says, I bought all of my canned great value chicken before the change, but with tuna, I had the same outcome. Talking about mushy, not something just being off with it. I stocked up on the chicken of sea tuna in the 8-can packs and shrink wrapped. It was mushy and soupy. The fish had no form. Okay, but it could just be like, processed wrong, right? It looked like a tuna smoothie. My cat won't touch it. Took it to the barn cats. They eat everything, and they wouldn't touch it either. Normal food isn't normal anymore. I've given Walmart far too much money for the food that wasn't food. Not sure what to do now. Buy better brands, etc., etc. There's no saving money with Walmart anymore. It's like picking through the trash. Just buy a bag of taters and see for yourself. They aren't hiding it, and it's not a secret anymore. It's like they're breaking the healthcare system and they're breaking the food system too, because they want to bring in all of their alternative solutions for us, right? They have to destroy our existing system before we'll be on board with accepting their new systems. So is it any wonder that they're knocking out all the supports for our food system before they switch us over to all of this lab-grown garbage? BB says, funny you mentioned the GV canned chicken. I just told my son about opening 3 different cans for my cats, and all but the 4-month-old refused to eat it. Should we be concerned when our food is not being eaten by starving animals who have much more sensitive smell than we do? That's a concern. That's a concern if they're not eating this stuff, right? The 4-month-old ate some of it the first day and was sick for a week afterwards. The chickens ate it, but they're batty birds. They'll eat anything, even each other if they get bored. It was definitely very mushy, but didn't look or smell off to me, and it's not from my storage supply. They were bought just recently, and my mother's dogs have begun refusing to eat hot dogs and bologna as treats. What is changing in our food that the animals can sense? It's like one of those earthquakes, right? Like the animals can sense it, but we can't, and the animals start freaking out. Well, with their food, we're getting that same kind of situation. Post-pandemic survival says, I worked recently laid off for an U.S. oil exploration company. The rig count is going down, and I've been told it will be at least 6 months from now until they start picking up more rigs. The increased costs of leases from the federal government especially, being regulated to death, and additional regulation seems to be the issue. I've checked with different companies in the industry trying to get back to work. Very few are hiring. I've been a frontline supervisor since 2007. You can bet gas and oil prices will be increasing. Are we listening and paying attention, friends? We are under attack from every direction. If there isn't a panic, if there isn't a crisis, they cannot take more control over us. B says, was listening to your blog today about the coffee. I have an older can of Hills Brothers, and when I opened it a couple weeks ago or more, I noticed that it was down about an inch or more. It wasn't to the top of the seal. This is a 23-ounce can, but it wasn't to the top. I had told my cousin about this, and we conferred that Folgers and other companies used to be to the lid, but they are now taking out the equivalent of possibly 1/2 to 3/4 of a cup of grounds out of these things. We're talking about that the coffee suddenly got more plentiful on the shelf, but then other people noticing that the ounces have decreased significantly on the same size cans and jugs. Aldi says, we in South Africa just found out a few days ago that the load shedding we were having since 2007, so they're basically scheduled blackouts for everybody, right? And just rotating them. They've been having this load shedding since 2007 has been due to the green agenda. Okay, well, maybe they're putting up more solar panels and stuff. No. The people who control Escom, which is the state-run power company, basically, was Reuters, who follow this agenda. The new Minister of Power has spoken to more than 1/3 of Escom, our electricity supplier, their staff, to ask why the problem. They said it was due to only being allowed to burn a small amount of coal. Oh. Only allowed to burn so we have power plants idled because they don't want to burn coal. Even though people's lights are out, people can't heat their homes in the winter, they can't cool their homes in the summer because we can't burn the coal, even though the power plant is ready to go. They were told by the minister to do their jobs and supply electricity, which they're doing at the moment. No more load shedding. Poof, magic. That explains why it suddenly vaporized and went away just before the election. We did notice that, and people in South Africa noticed how there was no load shedding on the way up to the election. Just like we have interest rate cuts here in the United States on the way up to election, and all of the government reports say all the right things on the way up to election. Funny how that works. The day after they switched back the power plants on, the EU said that if we don't go back to Schedule 6 of load shedding, then they will not give us the $170 billion for their nonsense green agenda program. My question to all is, who is going to pay for all the businesses that closed down because of the load shedding? And who is going to compensate the families of those who lost their lives due to the load shedding? One of the latest victims was a 3-year-old girl who lost her life because her medical machine was off due to the blackouts. So you really see what's going on here. The European Union is taking Europeans' tax dollars to pay bribes to third world countries to shut off their power plants so that poor people lose their power. And that's their green solution. This is how corrupt this whole thing is, because you know kickbacks are coming from those bribes to those third world countries back to those politicians in the first world countries. That's what happened in Ukraine. That's why we're there covering things up, is because of all the kickbacks that were coming because of the energy payments. We sent tons and tons of money from the United States over from our government, and then those kickbacks came back to a certain politician who will remain nameless, whose son is now a convicted criminal, but not charged because of these bribes. It's hard not to get angry about this stuff, that's for sure. Colorado Pack Rat says, for one instance, Folgers was 48 ounces. It's now 43 ounces out there. Same price and now climbing up drastically. But availability is good. You can get those big cans. You'll pay more for them and you'll get less in them. But you can buy them now. Isn't that wonderful? Thanks, President. Brad says... I almost said Biden. Brad says, my conversation with my best friend of 30 plus years about another friend of ours went like this. Oh, okay, I thought so. Man, talked to Sean earlier. He's been working at the little liquor store for a couple years now. He's there tonight, but had just found out that it's his last night because they're closing down that store as of tomorrow. I guess from what he said, he was saying that it's really bad. That a lot of places have been closing down there. That was June 29th. The liquor stores are going under and others as well. Ask yourselves what is really going on. This is Southwest Missouri near Springfield. More and more people are waking up and they're talking to each other about this and they're mulling these things over. How long before the panic starts? That's a question we need to be asking ourselves carefully, because one day everyone's going to go to the store and it's going to be empty. The first people there are going to grab a whole armloads of stuff. But if people decide to get stocked up just a few days worth of food, if a small portion of the population decides to get a few extra days of food, the stores are going to be empty. And it will be too late by then. You saw how it worked with the pandemic. You saw how it worked. By the time you realized what was going on, it was too late. You were already fighting each other for when truckloads came in to resupply. Jerry said, useful tip for preppers. This is our plumber. In the event of a water outage, first thing you need to do is to turn off the water supply valve to your home. Now, we talk about that sometimes, about how you can drain your water heater, but first thing you got to do is turn off your water supply. Then you can drain the water from your water heater for drinking water through the bottom drain valve. If your water supply valve is left open, the water in your water tank will back siphon into the main lines and empty the water heater. A 30-gallon water heater can supply drinking water for many days. This is a tip from an old plumber. So first thing you do is shut off that water supply to make sure you keep all the water that's in your pipes currently, as well as in your water heater. You may actually be able to pull the rest of the water out of some of your pipes if it's still in there too. Thanks so much for your updates, guys. If you want to check out another video from this channel, there's one right up here. If you want to get some more information from Genesis Gold, there's a link right here on the screen. I will see you guys over there, or I'll see you guys later. Steve Poplar of the Poplar Report out. In today's updates, why are only the Republicans going to jail? And for things that indisputably both sides have done. Another bank security breach, and we have more reports on canned meats and fruits not being up to human standards or even animal standards. Amish are stocking up on ammo. What is going on with that? We got that and more on today's updates. Welcome to the Poplar Report. I'm Steve Poplar. I'm an accountant by trade, and these are your updates and your reports that you guys are sending in from all over the world. If you have something to share with everyone, please make sure you use the word update somewhere in your comment on this video or any video on this channel. Before we dive in, we want to thank Genesis Gold Group. They sponsored this video, as well as help people who have IRAs, 401ks, help people get out of stocks and bonds, which are risky assets, especially as people go into retirement, and to get into physical metals, silver, gold, platinum, and get those things into your IRA. If you have questions about that, there's a link at the end of the video that you can click on, or you can go down in the description down below. All right, so Steve Bannon has reported to jail, held a press conference and everything, where he will remain until October for a 4-month jail sentence. Now, I think it's important to remind ourselves why he's going to jail. For contempt of Congress. Something that Democrats have done so many stinking times, it's unbelievable. Congress issues a subpoena, like, hey, you need to show up at this meeting and you need to testify before us. Democrats do that all the time where they just don't show up. Remember how Hunter Biden was summoned by Congress, and Hunter's just held a press conference out on the steps of the Capitol building. He's like, I'm not going in. And he walked away. So Bannon goes to jail for 2 months for that, but Hunter just apparently doesn't have to do that. Also, we have the second charge, which is that Steve Bannon was asked to produce documents. Documents which arguably he didn't even have. Well, Congress referred him to the Attorney General for prosecution, and Attorney General Merrick Garland said, absolutely, let's charge him. And they did. And they brought it into court. Well, you know who else got a criminal referral from Congress for contempt of Congress? For, standing up a subpoena to issue documents to Congress for review? Well, Attorney General Merrick Garland, the very same dude that prosecuted Steve Bannon for contempt of Congress, has the audacity to not open up any formal charges against himself. Funny how that works, isn't it? And if it doesn't make you furious, well, then you probably haven't thought about it just yet. Maybe it's too early in the morning for you to really dive into that one. But Steve Bannon is going to be in jail for 4 months for doing what Hunter Biden did and what Attorney General Merrick Garland also did. Welcome to Upside Down World, and anyone who thinks this is fair thinks that the Republicans and Donald Trump are not being persecuted politically by the Democrats is not looking at the facts. This is a report from Matthew Patelico. Credit union in California is reporting a security breach, and account access is severely restricted. A reminder once again to make sure that if you have money in the bank that you need, you have it in at least 2 banks, okay? And really should make sure at least one of those is a credit union, because they tend to be a little less insolvent, let's just put it that way. But they do tend to have more issues like this where it's easier to break into them and stuff like that. So good to have like a mainstream bank and a credit union. I'd kind of lean more towards having the stuff, more money over the credit union, but better to have money in your own hands, particularly precious metals, not paper fiat currency, which is rapidly losing value. You know what isn't rapidly losing value? Precious metals. Interesting how that works. Inflation affects fake money, but not real money. This is from Eve. A portion of John Deere manufacturing is moving to Mexico in 2026. Yes, they closed down a whole production line there, and they're moving down to Mexico. They have laid off approximately 650 employees in 2 states. This is for their skid steers and mini excavators on tracks. Continues to be impossible to do business in the United States. And when Mexico looks like a more attractive place to do business, you might need to ask the question, what's so wrong with our government that we can't even be better than Mexico? Soon, we're going to see all the illegals from Mexico going back to Mexico because it's better there than it is here. I mean, that's one way to solve the problem, I guess, is just destroy the United States to the point where all the illegals just like, it was better back home, and they're going to go. But not good for us, is it, who don't have a home to go to other than the United States. This is from Prepper Dale. I got a bunch of these, so this is kind of summing up what a bunch of you guys were saying. Prepper Dale says, my cat has been eating canned tuna in water for 14 years. She likes the brands Chicken of the Sea, Bumblebee, and Starkist, but she will not eat Great Value brand. Once again, that's tuna. She won't even lick the water of that brand. I saw your report yesterday and others saying the same thing. So what is up with GV tuna? Tim says, saw on the Weather Channel this morning where Hurricane Beryl is the first Category 4 hurricane in June. Not this June, in June. I remembered your post last month about the warmest water since 2005. You're right again, Steve. Keep it up. I just read a lot. A lot of you guys don't see that a lot of these updates and such. I'm usually reading the news for 4 or 5 hours a day, and in preparation for these videos and everything like that. We have an awesome community that you guys help me out, pointing things out and everything like that. But it's a lot of work, a lot of reading, and so I'm hearing from a lot of alternative news sources, and you're not hearing a lot of what I hear because I only try to bring you stuff that seems solid and verifiable. So we try to do our best here, and a lot of you have found what we've reported here to be very reliable. You found me to be very slow about news that has ended up turning into being fake, or taking the alternative news forms. You've seen a lot of people jump on board with these things, and I'm just silent on it. It's not because I haven't heard it. It's just because I'm either very suspicious of it, or I am waiting for verification of it. So, yep, we're staying on the cutting edge of things and breaking stuff to you before it hits the mainstream media, but also we are making sure that we're providing you accurate information too. Alley Cat says, Northern Florida, we stopped at a fruit stand for produce. They had onions, peppers, watermelon. Said it's weird that they aren't able to get more. We opened the watermelon yesterday and it was seedless and rubbery. We dumped it in the river and no wildlife was interested other than ants. I have heard about rubbery fruits, but was still surprised to see it. This is devastating. City water has killed my seedlings earlier this year, and my heirloom seeds are struggling. Be careful with that tap water, friends. That's right. Be careful of the tap water. Be careful of the air and all the stuff that seems to be falling out of it these days. Hard to win these days, isn't it? Makes you just kind of want to pack up and move overseas sometimes. We've all thought about it, haven't we? Anyway, Mike says, I was in a Cabela's yesterday, Lexington, Kentucky. I was surprised to see Amish in there. Not too surprising, right? They were eyeing the ammo. I went on with my shopping and started back towards the hunting supplies. I meet them in the aisle, and they had armloads full of ammo heading to the checkout. I tried to see what caliber, but couldn't get a good look. I just thought that was out of the ordinary. As pacifists, that is a little bit out of the ordinary, but then again, if they're operating farms and everything like that, I mean, they have to dispatch, animals and stuff like that to harvest the meat and everything. So they have that stuff, but they are pacifists though too. So yeah, do they sense something happening on the horizon, and are they getting more prepared? I would be surprised if the Amish aren't aware and getting more prepared. They're not showing up so much here on the YouTubes probably, but they are listening to similar sources, I believe. Radio Nest says, the metric that has surprised me is the change in traffic in our medium-sized town in southern Louisiana. And this is ignoring all the interstate stuff. Before the cough, there was a medium level of congestion at many locations in the city, maybe 6 to 12 intersections that were loaded enough that you might take 2 light cycles to get through the intersection. Work to home drive times were massively busy. During the cough, traffic went to minimal levels. Okay. As people stopped coughing, the traffic very slowly came back to maybe 75% of original levels. Anyone else experience that out there too? There's just not nearly as much traffic into the cities as there used to be, especially during that rush hour time period. Rush hour has disappeared here in Pittsburgh for the most part. It's not anything like it used to be. Anyway, in the last, getting back to Louisiana, in the last 8 months, traffic levels are sliding back down. Work-home drive time at the always busy intersections, the congestion is back to normal levels, but only lasts about 50 to 100 minutes. There is no one at the stores. Parking lots are lightly used. Fast food places have extremely low traffic. I believe there isn't enough traffic to keep many businesses open. We are going to be in a world of hurt. I mean, people can't afford to eat out. I mean, have you seen what it is? I mean, the only time I ever go out to fast food has been, to get those deals where they give you with any purchase you get a fry or something like that. And I go and buy the cheapest thing they got and get my free fry. And if I really want to go out to eat, I go to Sam's Club, Hey, a penny saved is a penny earned, right? I know that doesn't really mean anything to the youngsters anymore, but, us history buffs remember when a penny actually could buy you something, right? Anyway, not from my personal experience. I read about those times. Dahl says, my friend works at the VA hospital in Montana, which according to our president is awesome and everything is perfectly fine and it's better than it's ever been. Anyway, that was just one of the few lies he said, but the VA hospital in Montana, he is a supply tech. 2 weeks ago, they were ordered to throw away anything made in China. Syringe tips, bandage wraps, everything, which is a problem because that's where most of this stuff comes from, right? Ordered to throw it all away. An order from up on high. Why was that? Why was the land of the Wuhan not good enough to supply us our medical equipment anymore? One may wonder. M says, can confirm the info on the sales of alcohol. We had folks talking about alcohol stores going out of business, which when times get tough, usually people drink more alcohol. Now we got younger generations are actually drinking less alcohol than previous generations, and they're preferring the skunk weed and such, right? They're going after prescription stuff and they're going after the smoking. Not cigarettes though. But they're not drinking as much alcohol. So alcohol stores are actually kind of struggling. So M can confirm the info on the sales of alcohol. My good friend works for an alcohol distribution company. Not to mention everyone's dumping the whole Budweiser thing too, right? But she said that they barely made a profit the last couple of years, and it looks like they will lose money this year. She said, sales are down tremendously. I'm not an alcohol drinker, but more evidence that companies are in dire straits and jobs may be lost. Scary times. Hey, when you have to either cut back on the quality of your food or cut back on the alcohol purchases, people struggling are focusing in on getting healthier food, right? So that's going on too. There's strain in the market. And until things are so bad that they have to retreat into the bottle, it's, where does it go from here? VN says Lapeer, Michigan. And I probably mispronounced that. I know you'll tell me down in the comments down below. Walgreens is now closing. Rite Aid just closed, only leaving Meijer and Kroger pharmacies. So we had Rite Aid just shut down all of their pharmacies across the entire state. Now, their Walgreens is also closing, which you'd think they wouldn't be because their competitor just shut down. But now it's just Meijer and Kroger pharmacies, 2 privately owned as well. What's happening? Well, you might want to go ask your governor. I think she might have an answer for you. We'll see. We'll see. Chava says, I'm in the UK. My cat is refusing cat food and some brands of cooked chicken. He much prefers food we cook for us. He's old, and so maybe he could be just getting picky. But I do wonder if the pets are getting lower quality, and some of us are. Some of what was designated to animals is being shifted to us. For instance, canned corned beef is very different from what we were buying just a year ago. I don't like the bright pink color much of it that it now has. And it is much finer texture with less visible fat. Stuff inside the cans are changing, it seems like. If you guys have updates, please do send those in. We're getting a little low on updates these days. If you have information about what's going on at your workplace, or you know what's going on, or you've had an interesting conversation with somebody, please do pass those things along, right? Mini Homestead Cooking says, I got organic cherry tomatoes as well as organic avocados. Sounds good. Aldi's, the tomatoes have been in a bowl on my counter nearly 3 weeks. They are wrinkled, but not moldy or watery. I grow these and they break down after this long. So normal ones break down, but not them. The avocados were rubbery. I threw them away as I was unable to mash them. They were a week out from the store. We are super leery now of the stuff coming from the stores, as we should be. As we should be. All right, friends, thanks so much for watching. If you want to check out another video from this channel, there's one right up here. If you want to get some more information from Genesis Gold, there's a link right here on your screen. You can just tap on the screen, and you can fill out the information, and they'll send you, they'll reach out to you to answer your questions and such. No commitment or anything like that. All right, friends, thanks so much for watching. Steve Poplar of the Poplar Report, out. Western governments more and more absolutely need war. Why is that? When you see the surging deficits, not only in the United States, but Italy, Spain, the UK, Germany, even when Germany is spending itself into a hole, you know there's a problem there, right? Well, all these Western governments are becoming more and more indebted. Japan is becoming a black hole that's sucking in the world economy. The only thing that they believe can save us is, you guessed it, World War III. Because that will justify all the spending, right? And you can have all that spending if there's a war, right? And then you can force people to take the money. You can force people to take the money and to accept the inflation and to take it right on the chin because there's no room for political dissent in a major war. This is when the parties come together and they all agree that we're not going to criticize the leadership, and the leadership can just basically act like a dictator in order to win the war. They think that we need war in order to survive the coming inflationary and economic storm that is coming. And that is truly horrific. We see the United States and its allies pushing for war harder and harder. And the fact that we see the Brics countries don't seem to be trying to give us that war is just kind of pretty telling, isn't it? Well, we got to talk about a lot of stuff here because one of the things that's most interesting is that we're not even pushing for victory. We just need the conflict itself. And it's not just in the military World War III conflict that's coming, but it's in all the little conflicts right now. It's more about having these continual crises so that we can justify the emergency spending that's happening around the world. It's crazy, friends. Well, welcome to the Poplar Report. We talk about things here on this channel that you won't hear about in the mainstream media. You may hear a passing reference, but they won't touch these things. They won't talk to you about birth rates declining in the West. They won't talk about how we're losing to Russia, how we're losing to China, how everything is going to pot here in the United States. And it's not just who's in Washington, D.C., but it's the fact that all these deep staters, the bureaucracy of Washington, D.C., are so corrupt that even the politicians at the top don't necessarily matter unless they can clean house. We saw that back during the Trump years. He started turning some things around, but there were so many people sabotaging him that it was almost like he wasn't in charge of the government. All right, so let's jump into here. So this was an interesting exchange that happened over the last couple of weeks. We saw Biden went over to the G7. And he's like, yeah, let's all confiscate $500 million of the Russians, and we'll use it to rebuild Ukraine. Which I told you back then that's an act of war. Like, you can't just take other countries' stuff. Like, that's an act of war. We didn't do it to North Korea, who we actually are still at war with. We didn't do it to Cuba. We didn't do it to Iran. Remember, we froze Iran's assets, their offshore assets. And then President Obama took the $7 billion and gave it to them in pallets of U.S. dollars. Like, literally got pallets of U.S. dollars, $100 bills, and gave them physically to Iran because it's their money. I mean, I know they're really bad people, and I know that their government is evil and corrupt, and, they want to nuke Israel and stuff like that. But, I mean, we wouldn't take their money if we're not at war with them. That'd be insane. So here we are with Russia with over 5,000 nukes, and President Biden's like, hey, let's take their money. No problem there, apparently. We wouldn't do it to our worst of enemies in peacetime, but of course to Russia we can do that. And the crazy thing was the United States did it, but most of the money was sitting over in Italy and in Germany. And so we had to get our allies to stand up to Russia. So Biden went over there, mumbled some stuff, and basically got the actual people running the U.S. government, got in contact with their people over there, and convinced them somehow that this would be a good idea. Let's take their $500 million. So what does Russia do? Turns around and takes 800 million euro from several banks. Deutsche Bank, Commerzbank, and UniCredit. Goes after mostly Germany and takes 800 million euros from them. Now, I don't know exactly what the exchange rate is right now. The euro has been dropping against the dollar for a while. But euro is still worth a little bit more than a dollar. So we take $500 million of theirs, and they take 800 million euros of ours. This is the type of conflict we've been engaging in since like Vietnam. Like, we always are the suckers who end up holding the bag, right? Our leaders they can't play checkers, it seems like. I mean, the only competent person that we've had in the last several decades, arguably Bill Clinton was a little bit clever, but Donald Trump's the only one who's actually tried to get us our fair share on the world stage. I mean, George W. Bush, he just handed out things to everyone and just gave away the whole house to everybody, and the Democrats have just been all about that too. We've just been stepped on from every direction. I mean, you've heard of the incidents over in outside Yemen, where we have these multi-billion-dollar warships parked off their coast, firing $3 million missiles to knock down their $60,000 drones. And that's just I'm sorry, friends, but even when we win, we lose. We won against the Taliban, and how many billions of dollars worth of equipment did we leave behind in our victory? I mean, Iraq, we built these military bases for them, and now those military bases are being occupied by Iranian militias. Iranian militias and the Iranian Revolutionary Guards are manning the bases we built. It's absolute insanity. Everywhere you look, we have been sold out. And it may seem like, well, it's just gross incompetence in Washington, D.C. Or maybe it's just random corruption, like they're not really trying to destroy us, but like they have other interests like, 10% for the big guy and that type of stuff, right? Maybe they're just trying to get all the money on the side that they can. They're trying to take care of their military contractors and these big military industrial complex because that's what goes into their campaign funds. But that's not quite even it, because what we see is our government and other Western governments are in collusion with each other to create conflict, because they realize that without conflict, we can't justify all this deficit spending. We can't justify spending so much money and losing so much money. The simple fact is, when you look at demographics, birth rates in the West compared to birth rates in the Brics countries, we're ahead wealth-wise, but the Brics countries are catching up. China is catching up to the U.S. GDP, okay? They're closing the gap. And if we don't do anything, they're going to surpass us. They have more Navy ships out there. We have bigger Navy ships. But the simple fact is, we're struggling to keep our Navy ships in the water while they're struggling to build Navy ships. In the next 10 years, they're going to build more Navy ships than we have, okay? That's how bad it is. It's ridiculous. Now, is the quality of their ships great? No, it's not. But here's the thing. They don't need to sail their Navy ships all the way around the world to go attack us. But the way we've set up the world, we have to sail our Navy ships halfway around the world to get to where the conflict is, which makes you kind of wonder who's the aggressor here, right? I mean, the fact that we have to have our United States Coast Guard patrolling off the Chinese coast makes you wonder if that's exactly what the founders meant when they formed the Coast Guard. I know it doesn't specify in the name which coast is being patrolled and which coast is being guarded, but the fact that we're guarding our enemies' coasts with our Coast Guard just kind of shows how absurd and stupid the whole Defense Department is. The Defense Department that doesn't defend the United States just goes out and attacks people. We preemptively defend other countries from themselves and to promote democracy and all that kind of good stuff out there. But we need the conflict. Why? Because the globalists and the powers that be, they see the rising of the Brics countries and they say, we're ahead right now, but they're catching up. So we need to have a military conflict with them now to prolong our dominance. And maybe it will win. Maybe it won't. But they don't even really care about winning. What matters is conflict, because it gives the Federal Reserve excuses to lower interest rates and to start doing all this emergency stuff. They need some kind of crisis. They need some kind of thing, because they're not telling us how bad the economy is. I mean, how could they? It's an election year. They can't go out there and tell us the truth. They can't tell us about 50% of the illegal aliens inside the United States are unemployed. Wait a minute. If they're unemployed, how are they eating? How are they paying for their housing? I wonder how all the illegal aliens are affording things if 50% of them are unemployed. Well, it's pretty simple, because the government's paying for everything. but they need more young people into the country. We all look at the border and go, why are all these military-age males coming into the U.S.? And those guys are going, good, cannon fodder for World War III. More people to push into the engines of industry and make the GDP of the United States go up. See, when the federal government pays for their housing, pays for their food by giving them food stamp cards, gives them cash, gives them all this stuff, this adds to the GDP. They borrow the money from themselves. It's called printing money, right? They borrow money from themselves, and then they give it to these people who spend it for them, and that adds to the GDP of the United States, which gets the Democrat reelected. Yeah, it's all one big Ponzi scheme, but at the end of the Ponzi scheme, you start doing these absurd things to keep the Ponzi scheme going just a little bit longer, right? You need just a little bit more. You need the base to keep growing faster than the Ponzi scheme that's collapsing behind it, right? It needs to keep growing or else it implodes. And we're at that point in our country, and not just the United States, but Europe's right there too, and we see the thing even further down in Japan, where we're producing more money than the goods that we're producing. Our number one export, the United States, the only thing keeping us afloat, is we're printing US dollars and we're selling them to suckers around the world. Our number one export is the US dollar. That's why people keep talking about de-dollarization. Other countries going like, okay, so this is worthless paper, and we don't want any more of it. Instead, we'll take physical metals like silver, gold. We want our gold back. We're seeing countries all over the world are repatriating their gold because they don't trust the United States with their gold. They're looking at our banks who are playing these games with precious metals, and they realize that there's 10 people who own a stock certificate saying that they own that 1 ounce of gold in the vault. And they know that there are 200 pieces of paper saying that people own per ounce of silver in the vault. 200 to 1. 200 people that if they all showed up at the bank at the same time and said, here's my piece of paper, now where's my ounce of gold, silver, sorry. 200 of them would show up. One would get the ounce of silver, which in reality none of them would, but you get the idea. It's one big Ponzi scheme, and these other countries around the world are like, you're using our gold to sell the promise of gold to other people. What happens when those people all show up at the bank and demand their gold? Are you going to give them our gold? Yeah, let's not do that. How about you give us our gold back? And that's what these countries are doing, right and left. They're just repatriating their gold. They're asking for it back to their country where they can actually look at it and make sure it's actually there. Because they're realizing that when the music stops, there aren't going to be enough chairs for everyone to sit down. And they're starting to realize that there's only a couple chairs and there's a whole heck of a lot of people. If you thought the 2008 banking crisis was bad, the fact is that we didn't let those banks fail. All we did was we propped them up and kicked the can down the road. All of that damage that was about to implode, we papered over. That all those problems are still there, and then they've made it so much worse. If you just think of it this way, what is the consumption of the United States? And what is the production of the United States? What do we actually make in the United States versus what do we actually consume? And when you think of it that way, you realize we're screwed. Because for a long time, we've been printing pieces of paper and sending them overseas, whether it's in pallets to go to Iran or whether it's wherever else. We've been giving them pieces of paper, and people keep thinking they're valuable. But when it comes down to the production of the United States, we produce far, far less than what we consume. And when you take the money out of the equation and just look at it straight from a value of what we produce versus what we consume, you realize that it's a major, major imbalance. And I understand there's services in there, but what I'm telling you is what makes the equation balance is the fact that the Federal Reserve prints US dollars and we ship them overseas to get all of the goods that we want. And that system is going to stop working pretty soon. How soon? Is it next week? Is it next year? I don't know, but it's slowing down right now. The de-dollarization, the abandonment of other countries using the SWIFT system, which uses dollars as lubricant, and it's the blood that goes through the banking system of the world. Country after country is cutting their links to the SWIFT system and changing over to the Chinese system, changing over to the Russian system, changing over to the other alternative systems that are coming out. Even some are moving over to things like Ethereum and moving over to Bitcoin. Things are changing, friends, and these people who think they're in control and think they are smarter than all the rest of us, they think that conflict is the only thing that's going to keep us afloat. And they will drag us right into World War III with a smile on their faces because they think that's the only way we're going to get through this safely. Our financial concerns are going to drive us into war. We could not stand the thought of Japan surpassing us back in the 1930s. And so we economically blockaded them. We cut off their access to oil and raw resources in order to try to starve their islands. What we didn't realize was that triggered them to start invading places to grab those resources. And it brought us into direct military confrontation with them. They were going to surpass us, and we didn't like that. And so we basically dragged ourselves into World War II. Now, we actually won that, but we're not going to win this next round. When you start putting these countries, the Brics countries together, depending on who lands on which teams, it's probably not going to go well for us. We think that we're invincible, but we're really, really not. They have already landed the equivalent of multiple armies here physically in the United States. How many of these people are going to be loyal to the United States when push comes to shove? When they're all sitting in their own little communities, speaking their own languages, what happens when we declare war on their country? Are they going to go burn our city to the ground? Are they going to go over and start taking out power transformers? I don't know what they're going to do, but they're going to talk about it in their own language in what we don't understand, and they're going to make a decision themselves, and they might just decide to side with their home country over their red, white, and blue. Nobody wants to have that conversation, but there it is. There it is. All right, friends, thanks so much for watching. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments down below. There's another video from this channel right up here if you want to check that out. I'll see you over there, or I'll see you guys later. Steve Poplar of the Poplar Report, out. More games and shenanigans out there with President Trump's court case. Completely unprecedented maneuvering from the judge in that case. We have to talk about this. We also have an update on Hurricane Beryl and the historic moment that we have with that. Alabama out there telling residents to conserve water, while other parts of the United States getting far too much water. We have updates on hypersonic missiles, food recall, and we have other things on today's updates. Welcome to the Poplar Report. I'm Steve Poplar. I'm an accountant by trade, and these are your updates that you guys are sending in from all around the world and keeping us all informed and on the cutting edge of what's going on out there. Please do keep your updates coming in. Make sure you use the word update in your comment in order to make sure it gets to the right place and give some sort of geographical location if you can. We do want to thank our sponsor before we dive in, Genesis Gold Group. They help people with retirement accounts. You can also purchase silver and gold from them if you have larger orders that you want to put through, or if you want to invest in things like the Prepper Bar. Prepper Bars are pretty awesome, and it's a unique product that's made here in America. reach out to them. There'll be a link at the end of the video as well as down in the description down below. Hurricane Beryl. This is the earliest Category 5 hurricane on record. Now, it's not looking like it's going to hit the United States directly just yet. It looks like on Sunday morning it may brush southern Texas. So it will lose a bunch of its power because it's going to go right into the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, it looks like. So Friday morning, it's going to do a direct hit on Cancun and the Yucatan Peninsula. It looks like it's going to brush by Haiti and Cuba as well, hitting it with its sides. But it's going to do a head first plow into the Yucatan, and then after that, we'll see what happens. Oftentimes, when it hits land, it starts changing course or dissipating very quickly. It's possible that it may bend back into the Gulf of Mexico, regain strength, and then hit the United States from the south, but that's not what's projected to do. But the earliest Category 5 hurricane on record. We've never had one this early in the season before, and that just shows you what we might be in for this year with this extremely warm water out in the South Atlantic and the Atlantic Ocean. This is just breeding ground for hurricanes, and that isn't changing. So be bracing yourself if you're in the southern United States for a very active hurricane season. President Trump's sentencing has been pushed back to September for his felony conviction for federal election law, which violation which is somehow being prosecuted by a local prosecutor in a local court, which doesn't really make any sense at all, but that would be cleared up in an appeal, but that appeal cannot happen until the sentencing has taken place. So it really does seem like the judge is basically trying to make it sure that no appeals court gets to touch this thing until after most people in the United States have voted. And if that doesn't seem shady to you, I don't know what planet you're on, because the fact is that he could potentially get relief from an appeals court before the election, but with this sentencing being pushed back, that makes that impossible. Just more and more shenanigans. This is not how court cases are supposed to be conducted. And they're out there pretending like this is a favor to Donald Trump, when in fact it is a slap in his face and making it harder and harder for him to run for president. The U.S. has conducted a test of its first hypersonic missile, Dark Eagle. China and Russia have fielded production, like they've deployed hypersonic missiles, whereas the United States has not moved any of its designs out of testing. But it looks like Dark Eagle may be getting close to the end of its testing period. This is a very, very big deal. I know some of you guys are out there who aren't tracking all along with all this kind of stuff will say, we already have hypersonic missiles. No, friends, we have ballistic missiles. And people will be like, well, what about the hypersonic glide vehicles? Well, there's ballistic missiles that do travel hypersonic speeds. There are hypersonic glide vehicles that do travel at hypersonic speeds, but neither of them are hypersonic missiles. A hypersonic missile is a powered missile that can actually achieve hypersonic speeds within the atmosphere. So a ballistic missile does achieve hypersonic speeds in the atmosphere, but it's not powered. So it can't steer at all. The hypersonic glide vehicle can steer, but it doesn't have power. It doesn't have a rocket attached to it. It doesn't have a scramjet. It cannot. There's a limit to how much it can maneuver, right? Whereas hypersonic missiles stay within the atmosphere and they can maneuver very effectively, and they are very good at. They're the best things out there at evading enemy air defenses, right? And the fact that the United States does not have one of these, whereas China has them on warships and on aircraft, and Russia has them on aircraft and on from ground-mounted systems as well as Navy ships now. Shows that the United States has indeed fallen behind, and this has become one of the highest priorities in the U.S. military, is to achieve hypersonic missiles. So this is a very big deal, and we will continue to track it, even though I know some of you guys out there poo-poo it. Shirley says, Viva Raw. has issued a voluntary recall of dog and cat food, including select Viva Turkey recipes. It's going to be lot 21244 due to potential listeria health risks to people and pets. FDA, that's according to the FDA site. Now, also, we were also going to throw that out there. Don't eat dog and cat food, okay? Does that need to be said? Apparently, since they say that this is a risk to humans as well. Don't eat the dog and cat food. Don't use the same utensils that you pull your dog and cat food out with without washing it, right? This shouldn't have to be said, and yet, here we are. Rooster says North Alabama residents are being asked to irrigate responsibly. Wouldn't you like to hear that? Phone calls and emails are going out about not using much water. This is North Alabama. We have a bit of lack of rainfall and just some issues there. Texas, of course, has areas where it's been drenched, and then you got Minnesota, you got some of these other states where dams are having serious issues because they're getting way too much rain, but then you turn around and you see some other places in the U.S. that just aren't getting enough. Things are interesting out there, that's for sure. If we get Hurricane Beryl to turn up towards the southern Gulf Coast, that could change things pretty fast. Might get a whole bunch of rain off of that. Curtis says, took Toyota in for brakes and oil change. CDK system is still down. They are working around it, but it is causing problems. They were apologizing to customers for ordering the wrong parts, etc. Hope it's up soon. So, yeah, it seems to be down still. It's patchy. Some places are reporting that CDK is back up and running where they are. Others are saying it's not up. So, I don't know. Hard to say. There isn't a clear, definitive answer on that. Maybe some companies, maybe some dealerships have their integrations working again. Some do not. Marcia says, I'm a veteran living in Columbia, South Carolina area, and I get a number of medications from the VA. For years, I received a 90-day supply automatically in the mail. This past year, I have been receiving only a 30-day supply of certain meds, not the 90-day supply as before. I called the pharmacy tech phone number, and they told me that for certain meds, they can only send out 30-day supply each month because of lessening supply levels. Not because they're trying to save people or keep those things from getting out on the streets, but because they don't have the supply level, friends. We keep telling you that medications are short out there. If you don't have a backup supply for your prescriptions and you can afford it, someone like Jace Medical, they do a fantastic job helping people get stocked up. So you can get your medication, a emergency supply prescribed to you. So if you ever have to travel or if you just can't get your medication otherwise, you can get that supply for you so that you can get through a short period without having your medication. Jace Medical also has a sale going on right now. Make sure you check down for promo codes down in the description down below. I'll put that in the pinned comment as well, just in case you haven't looked at that recently. I think they have a summer sale going on right now. I'll make sure the most up-to-date codes are on that. So the VA can't even do this. Marcia says, seems like it's a form of silent rationing. And with some of the diabetic drugs and insulin and stuff like that, it's absolutely, it's in shortage. There's no way around it. It's in shortage. June says, I live in southwestern Virginia. Went to Walmart yesterday, Monday, July 1st, after 5 p.m. Just needed a few things, but always pay attention to the aisles to see how well they are stocked. And it was the worst I had seen since the pandemic. Empty shelves on every aisle, very little noodles, pasta, coffee, chips, only bread, and it was expensive. Now, I haven't been hearing that from anyone else, so it looks like you may have just missed a truck, but we will keep our ear to the ground on that. If anyone else is seeing issues like that, especially in the Virginia area, Western Virginia, let us know about that. Make sure you just use the word update in your comment to make sure it gets to the right place. PDK race, update Phoenix. Had issues with my cable. Had an appointment with a repair guy on Sunday evening. Then was changed to Tuesday. Then changed again to Thursday. When asked, there was just not enough employees. I fixed it myself. That's where we're headed, where you're just going to have to basically just fix stuff yourself, right? Maybe they'll walk you through it on the phone. For wiring stuff, they probably won't. G says, wildfires are starting up in the back country of San Diego County, in the areas where thousands of others are crossing, the line and setting up campfires. We're just going into fire season now, and it's likely that lives will be lost through these campfire-caused wildfires. And if you see the maps out there, Alaska has fires all over it. But I will point this out again. You won't hear this from the climate alarmists out there, but wildfire acreage has actually been decreasing over the last bunch of years. So less and less acres have actually been burning. So we'll keep up to date with what's going on with the wildfires, but if it's not a more serious wildfire season than other seasons, I mean, as horrific and tragic as it is in the individual instance, there's all these doomsayers out there like, oh, that fire is definitely due to, the climate and stuff, when in fact, what we're seeing out there is actually less wildfires across the United States than in previous decades. So that is what it is. But and a lot of those fires are started intentionally. So there's that too. Intentionally and also due to negligence. Sasha says, hi, Steve. Went to Redner's yesterday in Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania. Needed ricotta cheese, and there was barely anything there. Right next to it was space for cottage cheese, but that was also empty. Needed eggs, so I went to get eggs. Usually buy a double pack of 18 per pack. They wrap them together, but that was totally empty. They did have 18 packs separated, but of course they cost more per egg. I've been going to the same store for 5 years now. Never saw empty shelves like that before. Thanks for the great info. And it's a comment like that because that's in Pennsylvania. That's relatively close enough to Virginia. I thought seeing those two comments that it was worthwhile passing that along. Standing on Faith says, for months on end, there was no dry Walmart brand cat food. Finally got some in, so I bought 2 bags. My barn cats refused to eat it, so ants took over the bowl. I had to buy Meow Mix to get to mix it in with the Walmart brand. They eat now, but leave the Walmart brand and still refuse to eat it. Don't even see the raccoons and possums eating it in the night. It is still there in the morning. Something is wrong. Once again, that's the Walmart brand cat food. That's from North Florida Panhandle. We're getting more and more reports about GV, particularly the cat food, but then also issues with GV canned chicken and GV tuna, canned tuna, right? Lighthawk says, I came into the middle of a conversation between 2 Walmart employees here in Easton, Maryland. I walked in and the older employee was saying to another younger employee, what that would mean for us is that we're going to be running around all day unlocking things for people. I honestly don't know if they were just having a speculative conversation or if the older employee knew something is coming. Personally, I hope they don't start locking everything up behind locked cases. And yet that's exactly what's happening in a lot of places in the country, right? I'd hate to have to hunt down an employee to unlock a case just to see or read the back of an item. Well, friends, that seems to be the way we're going. Target has finally started trying to enforce their not shoplifting rules and starting to confront more and more customers that are shoplifting. We've seen Walmart stepping back from the self-checkout lines, checking more receipts. We've also seen them out there locking up more and more products in particularly troublesome neighborhoods and troublesome stores, right? And that's probably going to continue moving that way because we have lots of people in the United States who think that they are entitled to steal whatever they want. And friends, that is not how a society actually functions. People aren't entitled to anything just because they breathe. They have to work for it. They are entitled to have the opportunity to work to earn things. That's how life works. That's how this country works. And if they're trying to change that, there's a lot of people that are going to be not on board with it changing that direction. All right, friends, please do keep your updates coming in. If you want to get some more information from Genesis Gold, there's a link right there on the screen. If you want to get more information about Jace Medical, down in the pinned comment. And if you want to check out another video from this channel, there's one right up there. Thanks so much for watching. Steve Poplar of the Poplar Report out. While everyone around the world is focusing in on bird flu, friends, there is something happening over in Africa that is extremely serious. There is another pandemic forming in Democratic People's Republic of Congo, and this is going to probably hit the West in the next number of months. Bird flu has not really crossed over into the human population. There's that concern that sooner or later it may, and when it does, then how serious will it be? We don't know. And so they're out there distributing pokes to all sorts of different people to prepare them for that. There are millions and millions of vaccines being purchased in order to be distributed across Europe and the United States. We're already seeing those being distributed over in some of the countries in Europe. However, we're not going to be talking about bird flu. We're going to be talking about Mpox. Now, you may remember the outbreak in 2022 among those particularly of the Happy July party. Those folks waving their flags were contracting Mpox at a much higher rate than the general population, and pretty much almost exclusively in their population due to the intimate contact required to pass Mpox on to another. However, what is now happening in Africa is very serious because there is a new strain out there that doesn't pass from intimate contact. Rather, it is passing from touch. And this is serious. We're now seeing healthcare workers being affected. We're seeing the families of the healthcare workers now being affected. And this is spreading very rapidly. It will soon start hitting population centers that actually do travel internationally. And this is something we need to talk about, friends. This is going to be big news in the coming months. But we're going to get you the exclusive on it right now. Welcome to the Poplar Report. I'm Steve Poplar. I'm an accountant by trade, and we're keeping an eye on what's going on out there and what will be happening next week, next month. And I'm telling you, from all indications out there, that this Mpox outbreak in the DR Congo is a big, big deal. We're seeing rapid spread. We're starting to see cases going from the hundreds to the thousands, and very soon looks like it's going to start becoming tens of thousands of cases. And not only that, but the ease of spread of Mpox is going to make this very, very serious. Now, what is Mpox, and how serious of a thing is it? Mortality rate in Mpox right now is about 4% for adults, which is orders of magnitude greater than the cough, okay? Cough that we're still not allowed to talk about. That had a mortality rate of well under 1%. Now we're talking about Mpox with a mortality rate of 4% for adults and 10% for kids. Remember, the cough had a much lower mortality rate for kids than it did for adults. This is inverted, where kids are much more susceptible to this. Mpox is in the smallpox family. Now, if you know your history, you know smallpox was a very, very deadly disease and a very serious condition that spread like wildfire all over the place. Now, we're seeing Mpox in that same family is going to be a serious problem there too. Now, with this, there is a vaccine out there that has been used amongst what are they calling it exactly? They're calling it communities at risk. And why they were saying that was because Mpox was spreading through intimate contact. So basically, people who were sleeping around with a whole bunch of people, we need to vaccinate them. And so that's what they did, and they were able to halt the 2022 outbreak of Mpox in the United States, Western countries, and for the most part over in Africa too. However, now that this has gone from communities that are impacted by this to everybody, anybody who comes in close proximity to touch, due to the fact that this covers people with sores like smallpox, like chickenpox, but much bigger lesions. Because it covers them with lesions, there's a lot of pus, there's a lot of stuff that can be spread, right? And anyone who's caring for them can become infected by that. Also, it is unclear what other bodily fluids may also carry this, whether saliva, whether blood, but we are seeing clearly that it is not being spread now through intimate contact, but rather through touch. And that causes this thing to be a much more serious. Now, no indications yet that it is airborne, but these are major mutations that are going to affect a lot of us. Okay, so far this year there have been 8,000 cases, with almost 400 not surviving. And this is mostly confined still to the DR Congo, which, if you're familiar with that at all, it's in the center of Africa, but it's kind of a no-go zone for most Westerners. It is extremely conflict infested. It's very unsecure. And so basically, Western companies, by and large, cannot operate in DR Congo. There are not a lot of people flying in and out of DR Congo. And particularly in the eastern sections, basically, it doesn't really have a lot of cross-pollination with Western countries. However, the border with Rwanda, Uganda, and Burundi is relatively porous. People move back and forth between the countries, and they can do so. And so when we see that the DR Congo is having these infections up in the province that borders Rwanda, Burundi, and Uganda in the province of southern Kivu, this is a serious problem. Because if it spreads to Rwanda, Burundi, or Uganda, we're going to start seeing that spreading much, much faster to other countries, including Kenya or down south, all the way down to South Africa potentially. We may see it moving up north into areas of Sudan. This is a big deal. This could not only spread like wildfire through Africa, but it could then spread rapidly to Western countries as well. Will we move fast enough in time to shut off people coming from those countries? Will we quarantine those countries? That doesn't seem like there is the will to do so at this point. Right now, we can't even secure our southern border from just people we don't even know who they are. And so how can we close down our borders from flights from these countries when they can just fly to other countries and then walk across our southern border? So this has become, due to the mutations, has become much more contagious to humans. We're seeing not only the prostitutes and such getting it over in Congo, which is what we've been seeing recently. Now we're seeing healthcare workers, we're seeing teachers, we're seeing schools and family members getting this now. And this is really showing us how rapidly this is starting to spread. Now this is mostly focused still in Kamatuga, which is where has been kind of ground zero for Mpox in the past. But we're now seeing the cases rising rapidly there as well as several cities along the border with Rwanda. Again, Rwanda is a little bit more of a country that people interact with internationally. And so there are more tourists that go to Rwanda and also more businesses that operate in Rwanda. So that will move from Rwanda very quickly to other African states and start seeing some international non-Africa cases. That's what we're probably going to be seeing in the near term. So, like I said, 4% mortality rate among adults. Now, that is in third world conditions where there is not good medical access. There isn't real access to the effective vaccine that seems to be working. And then there's that whole question of, will this current vaccine actually work against Mpox, the mutated version of Mpox? We haven't yet seen evidence whether it is effective or not. They haven't been able to do any studies on that just yet to see if it will block the new version of Mpox. And if it doesn't, then we're back to the drawing table. Now, the Mpox vaccine is like an old school vaccine, right? It's not like the new fangled mRNA where they're reprogramming you, but rather the Mpox vaccine is more along the lines of what we've seen like smallpox vaccines and mumps and measles and all that kind of stuff like that we've used in the past. So we are encouraged that there does seem to be a vaccine right now, but when we start talking about treatments, it's unclear whether the West will have good treatments, better treatments for people who get Mpox. However, with the medical systems in the West, we expect that the mortality rate will probably drop, dramatically once they get access to better medical care. But still, what percentage of mortality when it hits the West, we don't know. But the fact that it is elevated amongst kids is very serious. And even if that comes down significantly, we're still seeing orders of magnitude more deadly than the cough. And so this could start sending people into fear mode. And we may hear a lot of countries shutting down their borders. We may hear of trade stopping between countries because of this. And so there's a lot of serious implications that this could come. So we're looking over the horizon just a little bit, but I'm telling you that in the coming weeks, if things keep moving the way they are, once we start seeing a bunch of cases in Rwanda, once we start seeing cases in Burundi and Uganda, we're going to start hearing about this much more because this is just some people on the wall, watchmen on the wall, starting to scream, hey, there's something out there. And given what's happening, it doesn't look good. It looks like it's going to be a bigger, more serious problem than what people realize. And so we're not talking about, this may hop from animals to humans. This may do this in the future. It is doing this. And if it keeps doing what it's doing, we're going to have a major problem. We're going to have a major international problem. If 4% of the population of the world dies, that's a big problem, right? If 4% of the population of even some of these developing countries die, that's a big problem. And if 10% of kids die, that's a serious, serious problem. How fast will hospitals in the third world get overwhelmed? How fast will hospitals in the West get overwhelmed when we start talking about major percentages of the population getting very direly sick, which require a lot of care? So, I'm giving you a warning on this, so be aware of what's going on. And as I bring you updates about this as things move forward, you'll probably start hearing more and more about these in the West, in the Western media. But once you do, don't be surprised when you start hearing a level of panic once they start looking at the numbers, once they start looking at what's actually happening. They may start saying that all sorts of crazy things need to happen and need to be required. And everybody getting the poke is probably going to be on the table because they've done that before, right? They're telling us that they didn't do it before, but they kind of did do it before, and they probably will go along that lines, whether they require everyone to stay home for weeks on end again, whether they close international borders, close international trade, possibilities. All right, friends, let me know what you guys think. If you've looked into the Mpox virus, that is a nasty one. And we're not calling it monkeypox because leftists, when they hear monkeypox, they immediately start thinking racist thoughts because they're the most racist people we really have around. So they're calling it Mpox now because some people couldn't keep their minds out of the gutter, apparently. Anyway, that's what's going on out there, and we'll keep you up to date on what's going on. If you want to check out another video from this channel, there's one right up here. I'll see you over there, or I'll see you guys later. Steve Poplar of the Poplar Report out. This is your Independence Day update. We got Israel out there prepping their hospitals for a major invasion into Lebanon, just as the United States aircraft carrier Eisenhower has departed the region. And Prudential Financial has a major data breach. We also have updates on a warning on weight loss drugs that you need to hear and be aware of. There also does indeed appear to be shortages in the Virginia area. Not hearing of them outside that area so much, but in the Virginia area we are seeing some shortages at stores. Plus, we have some practical advice on how to be more prepared and how to find food when things go sideways. Welcome to the Poplar Report. I'm Steve Poplar. I'm an accountant by trade, and these are your updates that you guys are sending in from all over the world about what's going on out there at your stores, what's happening at your workplaces, and what are you hearing out there. We do want to thank our sponsor, Genesis Gold Group. They help people who have retirement accounts to get out of stocks and bonds and get into something more stable like silver, gold, or platinum. Physical metals in your IRA or your 401k. If you have questions about that, there'll be a link at the end of the video. Let's hop over to Israel. I've been warning you about this in one of the first channels out there, talking about how Israel is going to go ahead with its invasion of Lebanon, and that is going to be a major game changer over in the Middle East. We continue to get more and more indications that this is going to happen, and soon. Israel's Ministry of Health has notified hospitals, clinics, and trauma centers in northern Israel to prepare to be in emergency triage mode within 24 hours of receiving an alert. So basically they're saying, we're going to give you an alert, and 24 hours later you need to be prepared to accept mass casualties to your hospitals, to your clinics or triage centers, trauma centers. And we're also seeing that hospitals in northern Israel have started transferring patients to central and southern Israel hospitals to make room for potential military casualties. So once again, as I always say, look at the logistics and especially the medical, because the medical is where you really see stuff that really can't be undone. Because moving some of these patients is going to be a problem. They are going to be endangering the health of some of these patients as they transfer them. They wouldn't do that unless there was real legitimate reasons. They believe that making these changes are going to save more lives in the long run. And so that tells us something's about to go down. Like we said before, it looks like with the mobilization schedules, it probably won't happen until August. So we still have a number of weeks, and this does seem to be giving them a heads up. But we are moving towards that pretty relentlessly. In completely unrelated news, the USS Eisenhower nuclear-powered carrier has moved away from the coast of Lebanon. They were off in the eastern Mediterranean doing exercises with the USS Wasp. They have departed, however. Reports are that they are steaming west for the Strait of Gibraltar and ultimately towards the United States. That leaves the Mediterranean without a nuclear carrier. We now have three, or we will shortly have three helicopter carriers in the area, apparently trying to fill the gap of what the Eisenhower left. We will have a nuclear carrier on its way to the Middle East shortly, but as of now, there isn't anything there. U.S. military bases in Germany, Bulgaria, and Romania that had their force protection conditions raised have now brought them back down. Not all European bases have, but Germany, Bulgaria, and Romania have eased their force protection conditions. This may mean that they may have gotten more specific information on what happened or what might happen, and they're just focusing in on those bases, or this could be that it didn't pan out or something like that. We don't know. We also have a major data breach at Prudential Financial. If you have accounts with them, they are announcing that 2.5 million people were affected by a data breach on their servers, and people's personal information may have been compromised. Catherine sends in a report. Yes, Alabama is very, very dry. I live in the northeast area. I only have a few things planted, but it has been a struggle to keep them going. With the price of fresh fruit and vegetables, being able to grow a few things certainly would help. But we have issues there. Also hearing in some parts of Tennessee, and just that whole region there has not gotten much rain at all, and it is causing a lot of problems for people's gardens and small farmers and such. Jan in Allentown has this important update about Ozempic. My best friend is in the hospital with heart issues, high heartbeat and irregular rhythm. Cardiologist knows what he wants to do to fix this, but the anesthesiologist blew the whistle on prompt treatment because my friend is on Ozempic. They're concerned that being on Ozempic could cause GI or intestinal bleeding, right? And resultant blood clots, making him vulnerable to a stroke. They have to wait for the drug to clear his system and then do upper GI to assess whether he can undergo heart procedure. Just relaying anecdotal caution that if you're prone to heart issues, you need to discuss using Ozempic with your cardiologist. If that means that you won't be able to go straight into a surgery if it's necessary, that is definitely one of those little fine print things you should definitely be aware of. All right, Shop Stuff says, I'm also in Southwest Virginia. I have seen thin shelves at grocery stores lately as well. Son says, went to Walmart in Central Virginia. Hardly any eggs on the shelf. Wanted to buy press-on nails and nail polish. All of it was locked up. No employee anywhere. I just left, not going to walk around the whole store to find an employee. Noticed a lot of basic things, medical and hygiene stuff was locked up or had anti-theft devices on them. Curve says Eastern Shore, Virginia is having stocking issues at the grocery store. About 50% of the shelf space is being used. So that and then multiple other reports out there about Virginia. We're mostly seeing kind of northern and westernish parts of Virginia, not West Virginia, but Western Virginia. So not sure if this is a port issue or if a ship was delayed or something like that, or what's going on with that. But it does seem to be a bit more widespread than just one or two stores. When I threw it out to you guys, a bunch of you guys did reply back and saying that, yeah, you're seeing issues in Virginia. Not hearing about that elsewhere, so just be aware of that. We'll hopefully get to the bottom of what's going on with that. This is from Anonymous. This is an important update here about lithium-ion batteries, but more importantly about shipping from China to the United States. I work for an American-based company that makes lithium-ion battery products, such as portable power stations with solar panels, car jump starters, power banks for phones, flashlights, etc. Those types of products are almost impossible to get manufactured anywhere other than China. We do have a few manufacturing facilities outside China now, but by and large, most still need to be produced in China. We are beginning to run into a major issue where we can't get our products shipped. We have several new products that have finished production, but we can't secure shipping containers or shipping vessels. So our products are stuck, just sitting there. Delays are common, so nobody in the company thought much about it at first, but now it's dragged on for over a month. We have deadlines to meet, promises of delivering product to the retail locations, contract, etc. But now, over a month late on delivering over half a dozen new products because there is no available shipping vessels. Friends, we've been talking about what's happening around with the Houthis taking pot shots at everything that moves and said this is going to impact shipping. And then we started saying this is impacting shipping. Prices are going up. That means availability is also going to go down. So, as Anonymous says, we're not sure why. No one can find out. No one is giving any reasons. No products equals no sales, equals no money, equals no, we go out of business, equals very bad. What might be the cause? Has an order come down from the Chinese government to begin delaying or halting shipping to the U.S.? I've had a fear for a long time about what might happen to all American companies and products if war with China did happen. Is that fear beginning to come true? Well, on the plus side, for you guys, it's not limited to your company. This is happening to companies all over the world. Container prices in the last 2 months have doubled. So if you want to get a container full of something to somewhere else, you're looking at twice the shipping rate now than you did just back in April. And if you don't follow shipping prices, you might be kind of surprised by that. So all the cheap Chinese junk coming from overseas is now paying twice the shipping rate that it was just 2 months ago. This is the highest rate we've seen for shipping in 2 years. And yeah, a part of it is the fact that the Houthis are there shooting at anything that moves. And so everyone's taking their ships the long way around Africa, right? All the way around Africa. That takes, it's like a week more on the shipping route, okay? And because of that, that means that there are less ships out there because some of the ships are taking longer on their route. So you have the same number of routes, but the ships take longer to do them, so therefore the ships can't do other routes, right? So we're having a shortage of shipping containers. We're having a shortage of ships because of this Houthi problem. And doesn't look like it's going to be resolved anytime soon. It seems like the United States has basically thrown up its hands and said, we tried, and it's not really doing anything. Now there's talk out there that Russia might give cruise missiles or hypersonic missiles to the Houthis, which would make things just worse, right? Leasing rates have tripled, and just we're seeing times for shipping are going up. It's taking longer and longer to get stuff from point A to point B, especially from China. So be aware of that, and it is impacting American companies, and it will be impacting a lot more. So if there are things you need from the stores, you might want to stock up now because as the shipping prices make those prices all go up, those prices are going to go up at your retail stores sooner rather than later as well. This is from Evolving Humanoid. From California, LA Spectrum Internet outages are now going on for 2 days. Yes, Los Angeles not having internet for 2 days. When I tried getting info from the app, it said outages in my area, but on second day, it disappeared along with my internet. They love it when they don't report. They have those sites to track, Verizon does that a lot, where they're like, yeah, there's no problems. And like, why then don't I have internet, right? What do you mean there's no problem? Of course there's a problem. I don't have it. Anyway, Quigley says, my 6 fruit trees here in Ireland have grown taller this year, but have not produced even a single fruit. We are having a lot of pollination issues out there across the United States, but this impact on the beehives across the world is definitely taking a toll. I know some people are saying it's the 5G. Some people are saying it's 4G. Some people are saying all sorts of things, but whatever it is, it's definitely impacting the beehives, and it is impacting pollination rates out there across the world. Madam K says, I am volunteering at the Red Barn, which is American Legion. I am cooking for the brat fry. I want to put an L in there. Brat fry. The hamburger says that it's $85.15 on the box. The grease coming off these burgers looks like an oil slick. Steve, I have been a cook for 85 years and have never seen purple, red, orange, or green color in the grease. This is black chunks. There's black chunks in the burger. They turn into hockey pucks after 2 hours sitting in the beef broth. The hot dogs are just as bad. I don't remember the name of the burger, but they're frozen patties in a case. They don't smell like burger either. I felt horrible the last 2 days cooking and serving this crap to people. Today is our last day. I did check the ingredients. It says beef, but it's not beef. More reports of suspicious meat products. That's what we should just call it. Suspicious meat products, right? How much of this stuff is just getting foisted on us, where they told us that they were working on stuff and they're just putting into the food supply. Forest Dweller says, and this is a real important one you guys want to hear. If you guys have updates, please do send them in. Just use the word update in your comment somewhere. You can put it on this video or on any video on this channel, right? Forest Dweller has this advice / challenge. Everyone needs to do themselves a favor and take advantage of technology that's right in everyone's hands. And you need to learn how to forage. There's a food paradise right outside everyone's doorstep. Almost everything that is considered a weed is actually edible, and most likely more nutritional than anything you can get at the grocery store. Oh, and you can make tea using any kind of fruit tree bush leaf. Apple leaves are packed full of vitamins. The more you know, the better off you'll be. I hope everyone stays safe, healthy, and blessed. Definitely use your smartphone and the internet out there. Another challenge for you guys is if you don't have a really good foraging book, foraging, if you're not familiar with that term, it means going outside and picking just wild plants and just eating out of your yard, eating out of woods nearby. This is one of the most popular books out there, and for good reason. Edible Wild Plants, because it's got color pictures. It tells you where these plants are found in the U.S. This is for North America, and super vital. I think this is like $16, I think, right now on Amazon. But it's got a back sticker price of $25, so anything less than that. But like I said, color pictures on the plants tells you what kind of parts of the plants you can use to eat. Lots of super useful. This is not the only one out there, but this one I can recommend because I have this. I've looked through it and everything like that. So Edible Wild Plants. I'll put that down in the pinned comment down below. But definitely get a foraging book, so if the internet goes out, you can still find stuff. Foraging is probably not going to give you tons and tons of calories. We still do recommend stocking up on calories, beans and rice. But when it comes to nutrition and vitamins and such like that, that's where you can find really well out in the grass. When I was in Central Asia, up in the mountains, the folks there would not have all that much to eat. In some places, they would not eat the last month before their first harvest would come in. And in that month, as soon as the winter was over and all the grass and green stuff sprouted up, the kids would go out there and start harvesting, and all the parents and everything like that would go out there and harvest all the green shoots that were edible, and then they bring them back and they would eat these shoots and feast on all the green stuff. And that's the kind of thing that you really need a book like this to be like, can I eat this? Can I eat that? And there are some strategies on how you can test something to see if it's okay to eat. But it's just so much better just to have a book that tells you whether it's safe to eat or not. That's really the best way to go. There is a whole methodology where you can test by rubbing on your skin, and then if no reaction, then you rub it on your lips, and if there's no reaction, then you can put it on your gums and see if there's any reaction, and just kind of step it that way. There's a whole methodology to that, which is great. But once again, better to have a book that just says this is good or this is not. Again, that's Edible Wild Plants, but there are other books that do similar things as well. Or you can get one that's a little more specific to your area. All right, friends, thanks so much for joining us. If you want to check out another video from this channel, there's one right up here. If you want to get some more information from Genesis Gold about what you can do with your retirement account, there's a link right there. Thanks so much for watching. Steve Poplar of the Poplar Report, out. We have another link in the chain of defense factories spontaneously combusting here in the West, as the one of the major factories making Javelin and Hellfire missiles in the U.S. has spontaneously exploded into a ball of fire. And this is a major factory out in Arkansas run by General Dynamics Ordnance and Tactical Systems Facility. It's in Camden, and it has burned. Now, no word yet on how much damage and how extensive the damage is. It's a major plant, 880,000 square foot facility. It manufactures all sorts of different weapon systems, including the Hellfire and Javelin missile systems. We need to talk about this, friends, because this keeps happening. Let's jump into it. Welcome to the Poplar Report. I'm Steve Poplar. I'm an accountant by trade, and we're covering things that the news media kind of brushes under the rug or doesn't want to talk about. And this is one of them. Nobody wants to talk about this one because it's pretty scary. The fact that our defense contractors have condensed the production of certain missile systems and artillery systems into just a few factories in order to save money has at the same time made them much more susceptible to being attacked through sabotage or through any other means. And this is not the first missile factory that has spontaneously combusted recently. Security officials in Germany have now accused Russia openly of setting fire to their missile factory in Berlin. That's kind of awkward. BAE Systems in the UK also had a fire. We talked about both these incidents that they happened very close to each other. And we also had a fire at the Scranton, Pennsylvania, not too far away from here, just 4 or 5 hour drive. Scranton, Pennsylvania, they have a artillery factory there that had a spontaneous combustion as well. And now we have this factory in Camden, Arkansas, where they manufacture Javelin missiles, Hellfire missiles. Javelin is the anti-tank shoulder-fired missile. Hellfire missiles get fired from attack helicopters and such. Those are, I believe, more air-to-ground type missiles, but also the Hydra 70, 2.75-inch rockets. Those would be like on the pods of Apaches, I believe. Also the modular artillery charge system and various mortar munitions. Now, the report directly from General Dynamics, they issued a statement that it was an incident involving pyrotechnics, in which 2 were injured and 1 is still missing. This is a serious thing, especially since saying that this was an incident involving pyrotechnics. That does kind of leave open the door of, you mean the pyrotechnics that you were working on? Or someone brought pyrotechnics to the facility, like an incendiary grenade or something along those lines. But the video out there is pretty startling. Not only was it a major explosion that caused a fire, but you can see that there were continuing fireballs afterwards, even after emergency vehicles were there. So this fire did continue on. General Dynamics, because it is a defense contractor, is being extremely mum on any sort of mention of damage to the facility. They don't want to talk about any of that. They don't want to talk about how this may impact the Defense Department and its acquisition of missiles, artillery systems. But basically, this is an ammunition factory for missiles and smart artillery shells and such. So this is a critical facility for the United States. We're already running low on missiles. We're already running low on, we're giving all of our javelins away to the country in the Eastern Europe that we're not allowed to talk about. And we have a shortage of them. And we've had multiple people inside the Defense Department come out and say that we're giving away all of our ammunition. We're giving away too many missiles. We don't have enough missiles for ourselves now. And that's a serious charge. And so you know that production has been scaled up to try to, increase production. So there is always the possibility that these facilities are spontaneously combusting because they've started working the factories 24/7. It could be because they have more teams in there with less downtime, less maintenance on the systems, that this could be happening. But the fact that we had the fire and explosion in the missile factory in Berlin, and then we have the one in the UK, BAE Systems, as well as the fire at Scranton, and then you add this on top of it for just recently, in the last month and a half or so, this is a serious line. This is a growing problem. And we've talked about bringing all these people in from the outside, from other places that we don't have any vetting on. What's to stop a Russian coming across the border and claiming to be, an Indian or claiming to be, from Ukraine or from somewhere else. He doesn't have documentation, and we just take his word at face value of what his nationality is, and we take his word on what his name is. And so we have foreign agents coming into the country, and the question is with these factories desperate to hire workers, who are some of the most eager people to work at these factories? The people that want to sabotage them. And I know that they do Defense Department screenings, they do background checks and everything like that, but the simple fact is that we really don't know who these people are, and we have a lot of people coming into our country, whether they're working at these plants or whether they're just looking to infiltrate and damage these plants. We don't know, and we don't have the capability of defending ourselves from everybody in the United States. And we think it's absolutely critical that Americans have the ability to defend themselves against not only the government, but any foreign aggressors, even if they do have pieces of paper saying by the federal government that they can be here and they can work. Doesn't change the fact that they're from foreign countries and they're a foreign invader. We need to be able to protect ourselves. But the problem is that these same laws are giving these people the ability to purchase boomsticks themselves. And that's not wise to allow foreigners to come into our country and purchase weapons. Because, need I state the obvious? That if people invade your country and then they arm themselves, that they are a standing foreign army on our soil. And that's concerning. And with these defense plants spontaneously combusting, how long until our power grid starts spontaneously combusting? How long until other infrastructure? We've already seen hacking attacks on our water treatment plants, but we also have the potential for physical attacks on our water treatment plants. The Pacific Crest Trail is a great trail to walk, and I've wanted to hike it for a very long time. After completing the Appalachian Trail, that was a natural thing to start thinking about. But part of that trail, you walk along the aqueduct that feeds into Los Angeles. The pipe is covered, but in some places it's not covered. But you walk along the pipe. You could literally just punch a hole in it and put whatever you wanted in there. And there's nobody to stop you. And this is for miles and miles and miles, right? And so there's a question right there of are we really able to protect our water supply systems from people who are intent on damaging and to harm us? We have all these people here. Some of them are here to get good jobs and to send money home, which isn't a great boost to our economy. People making money here and then sending it out of the country. But at least they're coming to do good work, right? Hopefully. But we have people coming here who mean us harm, who come here to do criminal purposes. We have a lot of these gangs and former prisoners of Venezuela and some of these other countries that are dumping their prisons and forcing them to migrate north, and they're coming into the United States, and we can't even deport them. We heard testimony from one of the viewers on this channel who is a deportation officer, right? And he's saying that when they're arrested for crimes, they get turned over to the ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, because they're not just going to put them in jail. They want to deport them and make them not the United States' problem. But when these people do these crimes and they get turned over to ICE, they have to then release them back into the United States because Venezuela won't take them. What do we do then? What do we do when the people commit crimes in the United States and we can't deport them because there's nowhere for them to go and they just get released back onto the streets? This is the insanity that we have going on in the United States, and it is becoming more and more dangerous out there. And as criminals realize that they really are only going to get a slap on the wrist, if even that, it becomes more and more dangerous still. We're about to go into World War III, and our country is full up of people that we don't know their intentions. Some of them we know that they have bad intentions towards us. Will they help us fight against a foreign aggressor? I don't know. What happens if the foreign aggressor is one where we have to travel halfway around the world to go attack? You know, I mean, as much as I love Taiwan, I was just there earlier this year. If we have to fight a war defending Taiwan, that's going to be a harder one to sell to the United States than World War II was when they attacked our Pearl Harbor. I mean, hey, they're attacking one of our allies, we need to go help them, is less motivational when there's a draft, right? We saw that in Vietnam. A lot of people were like, I'm not Vietnamese. Like, why do I have to go defend Vietnam? You know, I mean, it's one thing a volunteer army. It's another thing when you have a drafted army. If you're being drafted to go defend another country against another country, sort of like us building a border wall on another country's border to defend them against people that shouldn't be there. And yet we refuse to do it on our own border. So, be aware of this General Dynamics fire at the Ordnance and Tactical Systems facility in Camden, Arkansas. We'll give you updates if we see anything more kind of cross the wire on what's going on with defense bases and defense facilities. But there's only so many places that manufacture these missiles and manufacture artillery systems. And they seem to be spontaneously exploding and catching fire. We're going to keep an eye on that. Please do keep your updates coming in on what you're seeing at your store shelves, what you're hearing at your workplaces, and make sure you're bringing those in. Use the word update on any one of your comments on this video or any other video to get it to the right place. And we will keep an eye on what's going on over in Europe as well. All right, friends, keep prepping, keep getting prepared because things are starting to go sideways out there. Thanks so much for watching. If you want to check out another video from this channel, there's one right up here. I'll see you over there, or I'll see you guys later. Steve Poplar of the Poplar Report out. I am actually quite shocked at what's going on out there, friends. I go all over the internet looking at websites for left-leaning, right-leaning, people in the center. I bounce around on Twitter some to try to find you the best and most accurate information. But I've been seeing a trend over the last few days of particularly people on the left side of the political spectrum vehemently and very, very scarily attacking the Supreme Court. I'm going to talk in this video about why they're attacking the Supreme Court, should they be in such a tizzy like they are, and what this may mean going forward, because this has an impact on all of our lives. Without further ado, let's jump right into it. Welcome to the Poplar Report. I'm Steve Poplar. I'm an accountant by trade, and we are covering things that the mainstream media is just not covering. Or in this case, what they are covering, but we're going to talk about how they're covering it, because this is crazy. All right, so we have two main court cases that have come down over the last week that has instigated this foaming at the mouth response from the left. The Chevron deference being basically blown out of the water. This has a whole bunch of people out there on Reddit and such like that talking about how this is going to kill millions of people. Yeah, no exaggeration. This is what they're saying, that it's going to kill millions of people, that it's going to make it impossible for the FDA to inspect our food. It's going to make it impossible for government agencies to protect us. Yeah. So basically, it's pro-terrorist and everything like that. It's absolutely ridiculous, as they say, and this is the first reason why they are very, very upset with the Supreme Court. But then it's the second one here that really hyped them into overdrive. Before they were like simmering at a boil, but now they're just like saying things that they shouldn't. Let's just say it that way. So presidential immunity for official acts for basically whatever the president does in office, if they're not impeached by Congress, they have broad immunity from criminal prosecution, which isn't anything new. Like that's how it's been, right? general recognition is that if the president misbehaves while in office, while using the official the powers of the president, they are going to be taken apart by Congress, not by the judiciary, not by some local judge in Manhattan or somewhere else, but rather that they are going to be held accountable by Congress. And if they're not held by Congress, then there is not a criminal malfeasance that took place during office. So the Supreme Court basically just enshrined this very much. Now they did delineate, they said, as long as they were official duties of the president, they are protected. Now, it doesn't cover personal or private things that may happen. So it doesn't cover things that someone may do or say that's not an official part of the presidency. Now, when President Trump gave a speech to the people assembled outside the White House on January, the date, the question is, was that part of the official duties? And that's going to be one of the questions that's going to be discussed here. Now, we're talking about broad immunity. The Supreme Court did kind of say that it's broad. It's not like very limited, like super, as long as you meet these tests that you're immune, but rather as long as you're kind of conducting the general business of the office of the presidency, you're basically immune as long as you weren't doing anything that's like completely personal. Anyway, so they didn't actually delineate what that actually means, and they kicked it down to the lower courts. So the lower courts are going to have to define what does it mean official duty of the presidency and what's private duty. And so there are a number of court cases actually coming at President Trump for his actions or inactions or his words or his thoughts, his intentions, and his just evil heart, as the court cases would say, right? He's evil, so therefore he deserves to be prosecuted, which seems to be the legal argument on some of these cases. So President Trump immediately went out and said, I am fully vindicated. I'm right. And that's not exactly what the Supreme Court said, but it just has the left like foaming at the mouth. The Chevron deference cancellation. Now, let me explain what the Chevron deference is. So basically, the Chevron deference was the idea that if the law passed by Congress is not very specific, or if it kind of has a gray area in there, that basically the regulations, the regulatory agencies can basically just make up a rule. And unless that rule is like reviewed and like overturned by Congress, the rule just kind of stands. So if they say that, hey, and this is kind of how this has been used, fishermen cannot catch more than X amount of fish on one trip between these dates. Well, what's been happening is the U.S. Department of Agriculture or whoever else, it's like, well, then that means we need to inspect those boats to make sure that they're not catching too much fish. And if we have to inspect those boats, well, then who's going to pay for that? Well, why don't we charge a fee to every single one of the fishermen? They have to pay a fee for us to inspect their boat to make sure they don't have too many fish in there. Is that what the law said? No. Did the law institute a tax on fishermen in order to be inspected? No, it did not. But the regulatory agency says, like, yeah, well, it's logically in there somehow. And they get to set whatever the fee they want to set. And you see how this is problematic. And they've been doing exactly like that all across different industries, where they see that they're supposed to regulate something, and then what they do is they then set it up so that basically these industries or these people have to pay the fees in order to receive the review or the regulation. And that's pretty onerous. Like, can you imagine? Like, not only do you have to be inspected when you leave Walmart, but you have to pay a $1 fee to the person at the door to inspect your bags. You could feel how that might rub you the wrong way, right? And you go like, Walmart, why are you doing this? And Walmart's like, what are you talking about? We're not doing this. We just said that someone needs to check your bags before you leave. Yeah? Well, who's charging me the dollar? Oh, well, the employee union decided that, it's within the general thing of what we said here at Walmart. So they're basically just charging you that money. And we're just kind of letting them do that. That'd be kind of what Chevron deference has been abused as. And so there's been like a ridiculous amount of red tape, weird, arbitrary rulings by federal agencies. And basically the courts are saying like, we need to defer to the IRS. We need to defer to the Department of Agriculture. We need to defer to all these agencies. Like if they come up with a rule, unless it's like proven to be extremely onerous or contrary to some actual written law, we're just going to basically say that they're right. They're right. So we just defer to the government agencies that they're right. And so this is what has like the liberals like crazed is this idea that this is going to roll back a lot of the red tape, a lot of the it's going to open up the floodgates for lawsuits from industries who are going to sue the regulatory agencies for all these fees and all these onerous rules that they just kind of conjured up because they don't like freedom and such. They want everything to fit in their box. So I know a lot of people out there in our communities, libertarian, more conservative, kind of less government kind of people are like, well, that's a win. Yay. Chevron deference is gone. Woohoo. And most people just kind of shrug their shoulders and like, that's good news. And they just kind of moved on. I'm not sure how that's going to impact my life, but I'm happy that they made the right ruling on that. Not so on the left. They're stewing and fuming. If you see some of these Reddit posts and stuff like that, it's kind of scary. They're basically, saying like how old people are going to die and this is going to kill millions of people, and therefore they're saying that the Supreme Court is illegitimate. President Biden actually came out and said, Trump's Supreme Court. Now, that's kind of notable coming from the President of the United States, who's supposed to be speaking in such a way that they're communicating official policy, and the President of the United States calling the Supreme Court that they're owned by Donald Trump, that they belong to Donald Trump, not to the country, but to Donald Trump. Donald Trump's Supreme Court. You can start to hear in that AOC, Alexandria or Cortez, whatever, she has drafted up impeachment papers on the Supreme Court. She wants to impeach Supreme Court justices because of these two rulings. That's kind of where I'm telling you, these people are absolutely fuming mad over this. Now, if you're like me, that kind of makes you smile. But it's sweet. It's sweet to see them finally getting some of the dosage of their own medicine of judicial fiat, so to speak. Even though these are basically just solidifying what the law has been in the presidential immunity thing. Like, everybody's gotten that that's how this works. No one's ever tried to go out there and prosecute a president after they leave office before. Like, that's just been unthinkable. Even with the war crimes that happened during George W., right? Even with other things that have happened in the past, nobody's ever even thought about trying to prosecute a president after they leave office because they understand intuitively that the Constitution, presidents need to be held to account by Congress. But now that we're changing all the rules because, Trump, the idea that they can just throw all the rules out the window and start political prosecutions is something new under the sun. And when the Supreme Court says, no, you still can't do that. Doesn't matter if it's Trump, you still can't do that, right? It's still against the rules. I don't care how mad you are. It's still against the rules. The rules are still the rules. And that's got them just in a tizzy. But the Chevron deference is a big deal. It potentially has the opportunity to scale back a lot of red tape, a lot of, and with the right president in office, this could be used to strip away a lot of that red tape more efficiently. But through the use of lawsuits, this can be done from the outside now. And that's kind of new. We haven't seen people having the power to go through the court system and to not just challenge the ruling of the IRS on this, but actually challenge the rule from the IRS. Now, that's been kind of tried and done a bit here and there. They go after the interpretation that the IRS has of the law and such. But other agencies, this has not really taken place. Those agencies have basically run the roost and been able to do whatever they want. And no one's been able to actually push back against that, because every time they start pushing back against that, the court hears Chevron deference precedent. So the agency is always right. I know, it sounds like a spy movie, but the agency is always right has been the motto of the courts for a while now. So how will this impact us moving forward? This upsetness from the left. I don't think AOC is going to be the last person who's going to try to attack the Supreme Court, especially as we move closer to the election in November. We may see that they try to do a more strong-armed attack on the Supreme Court. And I don't know how they pull that off without having the House under their domain, but if they can pull enough Republicans over the aisle, like they usually seem to be able to pull off, they may actually try to roll an impeachment forward against the Supreme Court, or against one of the justices, or all the justices, or some of the justices, or whatever. Or potentially, they have talked about trying to expand the size of the Supreme Court. That would be considered a strong play, and generally understood to be that would be against the rules. But they're desperate. They're like a caged animal, cornered, and they are not thinking straight. And so I'm just telling you what's going on out there. I know the President Biden is definitely thinking along these lines during his few hours of consciousness. And his staff, who spend a lot more hours of consciousness because they're running the country, they are thinking about these things. And don't be surprised when an attack on the Supreme Court comes forward, whether it's expanding them or trying to impeach them or some other methodology to rein in Trump's Supreme Court. That's my warning to you guys. That's what I'm hearing. There's a lot of chatter going on Twitter and on like Reddit and these other places where the leftists tend to gather, and they are hopping mad. And I suspect that they're going to try to attempt to do something soon. All right, friends, I'll keep you updated on anything that develops with that. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think. And hopefully that was helpful, explaining what those are and what the rulings actually are and how they'll impact things going forward. Thanks so much for watching. If you want to check out another video from this channel, there's one right up here. I'll see you over there, or I'll see you guys later. Steve Poplar of the Poplar Report out. We have an insulin shortage that is continuing. We got reports coming from you guys about that. We also have someone sharing with us about the boil advisory for all of Washington, D.C.'s water supply. That's a big one out there, too. I mean, just turning into a third world country, isn't it? We have another major data breach. We have updates on bees and pollinators. This is definitely a big concern for a lot of us. And we have a tip on why you should always shake your cans. That and more on today's Poplar Report. Welcome to the Poplar Report. I'm Steve Poplar. I'm an accountant by trade, and these are your updates that you guys are sending in, things that you guys are seeing out there, hearing, and passing along to everyone else. If you have an update that you'd like to share with the rest of the folks, pop it down in the comments down below of this video or any video on this channel, and make sure you use the word update. We do want to thank our sponsor, Genesis Gold Group. They make these updates possible. If you have a retirement account, an IRA or 401k, and you want to get some of it or all of it over into something more stable like silver, gold, or platinum, you might want to talk to Jonathan and his team. If you contact them, there's no obligation. If you give them your contact information, they'll answer your questions, and if you don't want to move forward with them, they're not going to pressure you. Okay, that they're really great about that, and you guys have said that they are just fantastic. Fantastic to work with, fantastic to get answers to, and some of you guys are going to be like, it's not worth moving forward with that. And kudos for reaching out and checking out. All right, there'll be a link at the end of the video. You can always find their contact info down in the description down below. If you do reach out yourself, make sure you mention this channel if you do move forward with them, because they do waive your setup fee. All right, this is from Peggy. Update, a firm has had a major data breach. So what happened is, if you're familiar with that, a firm is one of those buy now, pay later kind of things. It is short-term loans. And so a lot of people have used them. I don't recommend doing that, but a lot of people have used them. And this hack of Evolve Bank has exposed the firm customers' data. So if you have used a firm services, you may have been exposed in this hack. So keep your ear to the ground on that one, and make sure you're checking to make sure none of your accounts are being used fraudulently. Now, I wouldn't necessarily recommend a firm. If you do need to go that direction, personally, I like PayPal credit. I don't like PayPal. I don't think many of us like PayPal. They're kind of an evil corporation, which is why I don't mind making use of this. They have this PayPal credit where if you make a purchase over $100 online, that you don't have to pay it back for 6 months. You get 0% interest until 6 months out. As long as you pay it by that 6 month, you get 0% interest. Now, if you miss that 6 month, then you get hit with all of the accrued interest. So only use that if you're going to be careful with it. And but they're a horrible company, so I don't mind milking them myself. Anyway, Sweet and Spicy One says, emergency officials have issued a boil advisory for the entirety of Washington, D.C., including the Pentagon, Arlington National Cemetery, Reagan National Airport, due to a drop in water supply from the Washington Aqueduct, which allowed other water into the water supply system, contaminating the water supply system. That's just great. This is a precautionary notice to all customers to boil water that may be ingested due to water of unknown quality. They are asking customers not to drink the water without boiling it first. This advisory will remain in place until follow-up testing confirms the water is safe to drink. Isn't that just great that basically our capital of the United States has become a third world country? We can't drink the water because it's not, sometimes unsafe to drink. The murder rates and the crime rates in Washington, D.C. are through the roof, off the chart. Rampant corruption and hyper-militarization of the police forces there and everything like that. You can't find police in Washington, D.C. that don't look like combat soldiers. Why is that? Why is that? Why is our capital like a third world country? That's a question we really should be asking our officials, because they are directly under the control of Congress. So you'd think that it would be a shining example, a beacon of light to the rest of the world of how awesome our democracy is, but it's not. Our republic is just one big ball of corruption these days. OBX says beef at Kroger near Roanoke, Virginia. We have issues with low supplies of food in the Virginia area. Beef at Kroger, threadbare on multiple days. Chicken is okay. Pharmacy now is only giving a 30-day supply of insulin and no longer a 90-day supply. Even then, the amount that they give me is a little less than 30 days. May have to ration it to stretch it for 30 days. That insulin, didn't President Biden boast about what he did with insulin during the debate? Like, it was cheap and available when Trump left office, and now people can't get it. People can't get it. That's not how things should be. Rowan says, a few weeks ago, I talked to a University of Tennessee horticulture specialist. She said pollinator populations have decreased statewide. That's Tennessee once again. Our farm blackberry and blueberry yields were not impacted, but I am seeing fewer watermelons, squash, and pumpkins in our garden. And that's something interesting. If pollinators are really going to be under attack and less, think about self-pollinating fruits and vegetables, right? Looking into what actually pollinates itself and doesn't need pollinators, because those might actually be better things to move to invest in for food and growing your own, right? DE says, Utah, my 2 cherry trees, apple tree, fig tree, have gotten bigger but no fruit. My rose bushes bud, but then they die. I keep looking for bees and butterflies, but can't find any. Last year was the same. You know, as much as I don't like those flying, stinging insects, we need them. We need them bad. They do so much more than what our politicians do for our country, right? And they don't steal money too, so there's that. Bees are way better than politicians. You heard it first from here on the Poplar Report. I need to make some hats on that, right? Dale says, I just tried to order coffee on Amazon. All the cheap coffee is gone. I've been ordering my coffee from Amazon for the last 4 years, and that has never happened before. We're seeing cheap coffee across the board under attack, and that is problematic. And the reason why we're seeing that is because the rates down in Vietnam, as well as Indonesia and the Philippines, they've had some really bad harvests the last couple of years, and this is impacting the cheaper Robusta beans. So the cheap coffee is having problems. The Arabica harvests have not been bad, but Robusta has, and that's the cheap stuff. And that is impacting the prices even of the more expensive stuff. Jenny says, Central Virginia, no head lettuce at Food Lion stores. And this is from Murphy. Not too long ago, Tucker Carlson had a guy on that explained the risk of Ozempic. Ozempic equals high risk for gastroparesis and digestive paralysis. And that is not fixable or managed. Topomax, which is another one of those drugs, did this to me, and it is permanent. Pain from spasms, nausea, inability to eat or drink is real. Never mind the extreme hot fat, flashes, chills, and discomfort if you try to eat solid or any fibrous foods. Dangerous, dangerous. Now, of course, that's not medical information out there, but it is hopefully something that will get you to ask more questions, right? Ask more questions before you get things prescribed to you. Get a second opinion on these prescriptions. Get online, do your own research on these prescriptions to make sure that that they've been tested and to see what the actual potential downsides of them can be. And if they've been rushed onto the market, you need to be asking more questions, because we've seen what happens when they rush things onto market. They tend to skip a few steps. And they skip a few steps, especially when they know that there are problems with what they're pushing onto the market. And then they try to get the federal government to be on the hook for any downsides and any lawsuits. Be careful whenever you see them doing that. I looked at these Ozempic and these other things, and I thought about them myself. And then I was just thinking, they're new. It's best to wait. Best to see what comes out as things go forward. And as horrible as it sounds, let other people be the guinea pigs. Because friends, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. They're pushing it out to the public and using the public as guinea pigs. Don't be a free guinea pig for any of these things. Wait until it's been around for a while and it's clear what the risks are. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Let me know down in the comments if you disagree with me. That's fine. We can all disagree on things, right? Jennifer says in Okanagan, British Columbia, known for our wineries and fruit. We had a mild winter, then a hard frost late January, and it killed most of the grapes and vines and blossoms. That said, there will be no grapes, peaches, nectarines, apricots, and plums this year. This is from British Columbia, right? We had some cherries. They were big, but a lot fewer to go around. I refuse to pay $6.99 a pound for USA peaches. Well, USA peaches are great. That's okay. That's okay. That's not good news coming from the Pacific Northwest, is it? About fruit. Rebel Girl says Walmart Equate Alka-Seltzer is not available in Florida, Tennessee, or online. Stores just said that they are out of stock, but the tag is also gone from the shelves. So if anyone's seeing the Equate cheap Walmart brand of Alka-Seltzer disappearing, that may be there. Pike Gamer says, I live in Croatia, and my father went to the local market and has told me that the price of some items has quadrupled 4 times. But we still have eggs despite their price rising a little bit. But a lot of other foods quadrupled. Debbie says, Debbie from Eastern Pennsylvania, I purchased Swanson canned chicken breast, 4.5 ounce, and it was mostly liquid. Tiny bit of actual chicken. Never saw this in my part of the country in Berks County, Pennsylvania. Check before you buy, shake the cans, be safe, and God bless. We're at that place where you really do need to shake the cans to see how much liquid versus how much solids are in the cans, especially these chunk meat products and stuff like that. Let me know if that's helping. Let me know if you can tell the difference between a full can and a partial can on that. But you know how we go down the line and pick up one watermelon after the next, or pick up one bag of onions after the next to kind of inspect them? Well, you might need to start doing that with your canned goods. Giving them a shake test. See if that would happen. All right, friends, that's what we got for you. I do want to thank those of you, the members who jumped on yesterday's live stream. We have a membership-only live stream that I need to be more regular at doing, so I'm going to be doing that. But thanks for your conversation, and for those of you watching that afterwards as well. If you want to become a member of the channel, it's like $3 a month. If you want to, cool. And I do want to just give you some inside perks on that, just a little bit to make that worth your while. If you do want to be a sponsor or supporter of this channel, I appreciate all of you. If you don't want to be that, you're not missing out too much, okay? Just live streams and some inside polls and stuff like that. So I try to move most of the benefits to the very lowest category, so that if you're just chipping in a little bit, that you get all those benefits. So there's the buttons down below. Like I said, if you can't, or if you don't want to get a Google login or anything like that, that's fine too. But most of the content is open for everybody though. Thanks so much for watching. If you want to get some more information on Genesis Gold Group, there's a link right there. If you want to check out another video from this channel, there's one right up there. Thanks so much for watching. Steve Poplar of the Poplar Report, out. If you're struggling to make ends meet because of the high cost of living, you are not alone. There's a lot of people struggling right now with costs just spiraling upwards and wages that are not keeping up. It's been said recently that for a family to feel secure nowadays, they need to be making $186,000 per year. That is just to feel financially secure. I hear from you guys all the time that a lot of you are really just struggling to make ends meet. We post up deals and stuff on here, and some of you are very grateful that helping you find some of those deals so that you can stretch your dollar a little further. Because in the end, we're all just trying to struggle to get through this. And the word is that this is going to get worse. That the inflation that we're seeing now is nothing compared to what we'll see later. And as you've already seen so far, that wages do not keep up with the cost increases that we're seeing for goods and for services. Prices are spiraling upwards and wages are slowly rising. We keep hearing from economists and everything like that. Well, the wages will keep up with the cost increases of everything else. And yet that's not true. Social Security does not get adjusted upwards anywhere near the way that the prices at the grocery store are. So we need to talk about that, what's going to happen, how do we get by with what's going on right now, and more. Welcome to the Poplar Report. I'm Steve Poplar. I'm an accountant by trade, and we discuss a lot of things together, don't we? I hear a lot from you guys, from the comments and from the updates that you guys send in and the emails that you send. And I hear a lot of your stories. And it's not good news that we're hearing a lot of times out there. Now, it doesn't mean that we can't have good times in the midst of hard times. We can. We can be struggling financially and yet growing and thriving relationally, spiritually, mentally. We can be growing and flourishing even though hard times may be here. And that's one of the things that we need to keep in mind as we go forward is as hard times are here, let us keep focusing on the things that we do have control over. Let us keep being grateful for the things that we do have, the people that we have, and let us keep focusing on what is most important and working together with other people to help make ends meet. And that's why we keep talking about things like growing your own food, but then also maybe even growing more than your own food, growing enough to share. And it doesn't mean you have to grow a little bit of everything. It means maybe you grow a lot of something and then you share that with other people who are also growing stuff so that you can have a little mini economy, a tax-free economy, one might even say. Of course, you need to report all sorts of income, right, according to the IRS. But we're looking at the numbers here. A typical household now, compared to 3 years ago, is spending $1,069 more per month to buy the same things that the typical household was buying 3 years ago. Things are not moving in the right direction. That's over $13,000 more per year. And that's just from 3 years ago. And before that was even more. But it's really sped up in this last presidency, this last few years, hasn't it? Power bills are going through the roof. Many foods at the grocery store have doubled or tripled in price in just the last 3 years. If you haven't seen the inflation of the 1970s or earlier, this, like for me, is the worst I've ever seen it. The numbers that I look at in the store don't even make sense anymore. And that's part of the problem too, is that with the changing box sizes and how many ounces in each box, it's the same size box, but less ounces of whatever inside, right? And they change those those percentages, and they change the weights, and that changes the price. And we see prices either holding the same or still going up. And it makes it even harder to even figure out how much prices have gone up. And I know a lot of us are tempted to kind of just give up on it. A lot of the stores a few years ago started posting the price per ounce, and you can just tell that they regret doing that. Some of them have gone to, I find it humorous, that on one aisle you have two products to compare, right? And one is measured in price per ounce and the other is price per pound. And you're like, the whole point there is to make it transparent. But yet they've taken the thing to make it transparent and they've made it non-transparent. So it's like you literally have to sit there with your cell phone out, running numbers. And I have no shame doing that. I have my cell phone out and I'm using that calculator to calculate ounces and compare products to each other. You need to save any little bit you can wherever you can, right? And I think that the temptation for us to think is that there's some greedy person doing this to us. And while that is the case, it's not the people you think. The grocery stores are really not making more money. In some cases, they're actually losing more money than they ever have. Then you look at these companies that make these food products, and are they making money? Sure. But you look at their margins and you still see that the margins haven't gotten any bigger. They're not making more money than they used to. They're just, in a lot of cases, they're actually making less money than what they used to. They have not been hiking the price as fast as they should because of all the price hikes that they've been receiving. And this is important for us to know, that it's not on the private sector side. It's not a bunch of greedy capitalists having it out for us. And that's what the politicians tell us is what's happening. But really the reality is that it's the politicians themselves. The politicians spending money like water. They're the ones who are actually causing the problem. Just a few days ago, we heard about how President Biden granted temporary amnesty to 300,000 Haitians who were supposed to be deported. And by temporary, it's 2 years. They've been given another 2 years in the United States. These are folks that came here illegally, that don't have paperwork to stay, and they should be deported. Now, I'm not saying necessarily we should send them to Haiti, but maybe we should send them somewhere else. You know, maybe Haiti is too dangerous right now. But have we looked at resettling them in the Dominican Republic or another Caribbean area, maybe Mexico? Have we looked into that? No, we haven't. Of course we haven't. Because we just keep giving free handouts to anyone who happens to be anywhere near the United States. Or if you're an enemy of the United States, then we give you money to prop up your regime, like we're giving the Taliban billions and billions of dollars. And I don't know why we're giving them cash in addition to all the military equipment we gave them. Oh, well, they're doing it for humanitarian. Well, then we should be purchasing back our military equipment. I mean, at the very least, we should be getting something for it, like help them liquidate that military equipment by giving it back to us, and we give them money for humanitarian aid or something like that. But no, like everything else in the world, we give free money to everybody else, to our allies. Even the ones that hate us, chant death to America and all these kinds of things. I mean, how many billions of dollars in cash do we give to Iran? And yet they're giving missiles to the Houthis to shoot at us with. We keep giving away more and more money. It is now estimated that over half of all the food stamps money that's being distributed, the EBT, is now going to foreign-born individuals. And when you think about that, that really should blow your mind. With the 280 million native-born Americans here, and yet we still only supposedly have 30 million people from outside the country, and yet 50% of the food stamps, and probably similar with other government programs, like Medicaid, probably similar. Where probably about 50% or more is going to foreign-born individuals now. And the child and mother programs, we got lots and lots of welfare programs out there. And we're seeing that a vastly disproportionate amount of that money is going to all these people that we've so generously allowed to come into our country and to never leave. Over half of illegal immigrants inside the country. And we call them illegal even though they have papers, okay? They have papers issued by the government that they're legally allowed to be here, and they have work papers saying that they can legally work here. They're being issued Social Security numbers. They're being issued tax identification numbers when they're not eligible for the Social Security numbers. They're supposed to be filing taxes, but don't hold your breath, folks. But over 50% of them do not have work, and yet they're somehow eating. Just take a wild guess how they're able to afford food and rent and utilities and everything else and healthcare. How are they able to afford these things? It's because our governments are giving them away for free. And then we look at our grocery store shelves and we wonder why inflation is so out of control. The simple fact is that all of our tax revenues for the entire United States can only pay for Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, and other fixed programs like food stamps and others that are required by law to be where they are, and the federal interest. All of our tax revenue goes to just those things. Everything else is gravy, is borrowed money. All of it. At what point do foreigners stop lending the United States money? Well, China is dumping its U.S. government treasury debt. Other countries are doing the same. And we're going to soon find out what it was like to live in Weimar's Germany, the Weimar Republic, because inflation starts slow, and then it grows, and it grows, and then it explodes. And when it explodes, that's when you start getting paid 2 to 3 times a day. And spouses come to the place of employment, pick up the cash, go immediately to the store, and spend it, because the store is literally changing prices in real time. And they're rapidly rising. How in the world are you supposed to do business in this type of environment? If you buy something in order to resell it to someone else, you had better move quickly from point A to point B. You better move quickly from buying it to selling it, because the longer it sits in your hands, the more losses you're going to accrue. And there aren't too many ways of avoiding this. We're already neck deep in it, and it's like a ballistic missile. When the missile takes off, once the engine's cut out, it's still rising, but it can't steer anymore. It's going to go where it's going to go now, right? It's going to just land where it's going to land. And we're in that phase where the engines have shut off, or well, I guess they're still going, but it's like our trajectory is already basically set. We can't turn around. We're already moving this direction. And it's going to be far worse than the Depression. In the Depression, we didn't have this rampant inflation. We didn't have a massive government debt to deal with. And quite frankly, over 50% of the U.S. population was directly related to somebody who was full-time agriculture. And when you look at those numbers, I mean, that's pretty big. Most people were able to go back to their family farm. Most people today do not have any relations that are farmers still. You can't just move out to somebody's farm because you're not related to anybody. How are we going to move back to agriculture just to feed ourselves when less than 1% of the population is in agriculture anymore? What happens when some of those farmers have a hard time, have a hard season? Is everyone going to start growing their own food in their backyards? Probably not. Most people just have grass and stupid trees and bushes that have flowers on them. Most people do not grow food. Most people haven't the faintest idea of how to grow food. This depression that is coming I don't know what we're going to call it, because the Great Depression is already great, right? I mean, what is this going to be, the Greater Depression? Is this going to be the way worse depression? With people losing their jobs, with prices spiking upwards, people's stored money is going to not get them through. Any savings is going to be wiped out. And then on top of that, we're going to have this inflation and this lack of employment, this government debt. And that's not even talking about the potential for World War III that is coming right around the corner any day now. What's coming is going to be an economic catastrophe. And if you're not getting ahead right now, it's going to be really, really hard. Not unsurvivable, but getting stocked up in precious metals. There's a kilo bar of silver there. Silver, gold, but more than that, silver cans. Having cans of food, having food stockpiled so that you can feed your family when it's too expensive to get it at the store. That will definitely give you a big leg up. If you have extra after getting canned foods and dried foods like beans and rice, knowing how to cheaply cook, that's a big one right there. I know that our recipes and everything like that use a lot of expensive ingredients, but do you know how to cook cheaply for your family? Do you know how to make eggs and rice and beans stretch? We may not be able to afford beef in the future. And that's the sad truth of it. But what are you doing today to get more prepared for what's about to come tomorrow? If you're watching this channel, you're probably on board. You probably understand that things are moving the wrong direction. The question is what are you doing about it? Let me know down in the comments down below what practical steps you're taking. Share them with others to be an encouragement to others, and maybe give some other people ideas of what you can do. Having side businesses is a great idea. Having a side business that you can scale up and work harder at, because quite frankly, you don't have to fire you. If you have a side business, you can just work more hours for less money and still make ends meet, maybe. That's some food for thought too. All right, friends, thanks so much for joining with us today. This Saturday, if you want to check out another video from this channel, there's one right up here. I'll see you over there, or I'll see you guys later. Steve Poplar of the Poplar Report, out. Peace talks have begun in Moscow, and it has the European Union spitting mad. Why? We'll talk about that. The UK election results are in, and we have a local who will break it down for us to make it make sense. We have new job reports out yesterday, and once again, the propaganda is intense. We have issues at Wells Fargo and Big Lots. That and more on today's updates. Welcome to the Poplar Report. I'm Steve Poplar. I'm an accountant by trade, and these are your updates that you guys are sharing with us and with everyone in the community. Please do keep them coming in. If you have a comment that you'd like to share with the group, put it on this video or any video on this channel. Make sure you use the word update somewhere in there and give us some sort of geographical location. Sometimes you guys make a great comment, but with no geographical location, the comment doesn't mean anything. So just think that through if you need to give a general geography. We do want to thank our sponsor, Genesis Gold Group. They help people who have retirement accounts, like IRAs and 401ks. A lot of you guys have a lot invested in your IRAs and 401ks. And it's a big decision. I understand that. If you want to get some more information about whether you can move it over to physical metals, what the fees, what all that would look like, Jonathan and his team would love to talk with you. You guys keep saying nothing but great things about Jonathan and his team over at Genesis Gold Group. If you want to call them, you can find that number down in the description down below. There'll also be a link at the end of the video for you to fill out your information, and they'll contact you. There's no obligation if you do that, by the way. So Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has traveled to Moscow. He wants to have peace discussions with Vladimir Putin. So naturally, a sovereign country going over to one of the belligerent countries to try to negotiate some sort of peace deal would have everyone very happy about that, right? I mean, talking is good, right? No, no, no. Ukraine and many in the European Union are losing their minds over this. The idea, the audacity that one of the countries that is propping up Ukraine would dare try to come to a peace settlement or try to even further along the conversation about peace. That is just, that is treason. That is what that is, apparently. Now, this is ironic because remember just in June, this past month, we had the Peace Summit in Switzerland, where 92 countries from all around the world came together to discuss ending the conflict in Ukraine. Of course, Russia and Belarus and China were not invited. I mean, why would you invite, one whole side of the conflict to it? So 92 countries who are 91 countries that are not belligerents in this war, arguably, gathered together to discuss the fate of a country without even discussing it with the opposite side. But that was okay because, nobody should talk to Russia, ever. Nobody should listen to what they have to say because they're clearly just evil all the time. That's just childish, really. I mean, if you were in a dispute of some sort and the one side don't talk to those other guys, don't hear their side of it, because they'll just lie to you. That's usually when you can tell that they're the ones who are the problem. Whichever side is not willing to discuss, not willing to have a conversation, that's usually the side that's causing the trouble. Well, moving over to another part of Europe, Aldi over in the UK says UK elections result. So the Labour Party, which is basically for Americans, it's like the Democrat Party. It's the liberal side of things, which the Labour Party won. And they say, which is just as bad as the last party in power, which is the Conservatives. Think of them as like the Republicans in name only, where it's kind of like the establishment Republicans, or the old school Democrats, something along those lines. So the Conservatives have been in charge for a while, but they're not like American conservatives, and they're not like conservatives. They're just like called conservatives, even though they basically are almost as liberal as the Labour Party. But as Aldi says, I'm afraid to say, but it's going to be more of the same. Votes obtained by parties with the most votes. Labour Party got 9.6 million votes. Conservative Party got 6.8 million votes, which is just a trouncing. Reform UK, which is Nigel Farage's party, got 4.1 million votes. Liberal Democrat got 3.5 million votes, and Green Party somehow got 1.9 million votes. So Labour Party had 9.6 million, got 412 seats out of the possible 650 seats. They are absolutely in control of the House of Commons over there and Parliament. Reform UK got a little less than half as many votes as Labour Party, which got 412 seats. Reform UK got 4 seats in Parliament. As they say, it just shows how unfair and rigged the system is, which absolutely it is. Absolutely insane. UK is going to get a taste of what the globalists and liberals want to do with their country. And this should be interesting, to say the least, for all of us outside of the UK. For those of you in the UK, all I can say is I'm sorry. But this definitely showed that Nigel Farage's Reform UK definitely outperformed what was expected of them. And this could lead to more and more defectors from the Conservative Party over to the Reform UK party. That could swell the ranks of Reform UK in next elections. Jan in Allentown says June jobs reports just hit the ticker yesterday. 207,000 jobs added during June. They expected only 197,000. Biggest growth sector was government, which added 70,000 jobs. Yes, that's right. 1/3 of all the jobs added were government jobs. More government spending. That's what's fueling our economy. More deficit spending, which is a dramatic increase from May's 40,000 jobs added for government, right? The revisions for April and May. So they basically revised those estimates downward 100,000 jobs. Being off by 25 to 30% in your estimates would be a cause for dismissal in private industry. But not in government. Government, that's just perfectly fine. Being off by 30%. Like, that just shows that you weren't counting very well at all. Try being off by 30% in your taxes to the IRS. See what happens then. In summary, the early reports are grossly overestimated, and we've been seeing that. Each time these reports come out, they come out high, and then they just keep getting revised lower and lower and lower and lower. And then pretty much afterwards, we look back and go, wow, things were really bad back then. Yet we keep getting told today things are great. Things are wonderful. And this is all just fake numbers anyway, because most of these are part-time jobs. We're losing full-time jobs and we're gaining part-time jobs. And guess who's getting all those part-time jobs? And if you think that it's people who are native-born Americans, you're absolutely wrong. Because it is foreign-born people who are taking up all of the jobs. All of the new jobs are being taken up by foreign-born people over the last 3 years. Absolutely crazy. And it's mostly just the government that's getting more bloated. Ugh, just what we needed. More big government. Truth. We got a report here. I just want to pass this along. I looked it up. I couldn't find anything. Clearwater says that they're having issues with Wells Fargo. Is anyone else seeing issues with Wells Fargo? I did not see on the down detector, didn't see anything there. I didn't see anything in the news articles, anything about Wells Fargo having issues yet. But let us know down in the comments if you're seeing something with Wells Fargo. Cornhuskers says, I work at Cheddar in Cedar Rapids, and we don't know when we will have broccoli on a daily basis due to shortages due to the drought. So Cheddar's is not being able to have broccoli consistently. Jan, no heads of lettuce at Aldi in Gloucester, Virginia. We're still seeing issues in the Virginia area with grocery stores. And that's a continuing amount of reports that we're getting out there. Not sure what's going on just yet there in Virginia, but we're keeping an eye on it. Lisa says, I just went to Aldi's in northeastern Ohio. No blueberries. I get their sourdough bread, and they don't have any of that. They still have 80% lean ground beef for less than $4. I wanted bulk carrots, but they only had small packages. Adam says, the packaging of any meds can only hold so much information. You can bet that they only put the best and bare minimum on it. I have always asked the pharmacy for the manufacturer's printout. So that's a tip for you guys. If you are getting a prescription or anything like that, you can ask the pharmacy for the manufacturer's printout. This printout contains all the devil is in the details. My wife won't let me ask for them anymore because I won't take the meds after reading all the possible side effects. Meds are very commonly worse than just dealing with the illness. To placate my wife, I just tell the doctors that they can write out whatever they want, but if it hasn't been on the market for 40 years without a recall, I won't take it. Anyway, on one hand, I get where you're coming from on that. On the other hand, You know, there are some meds that are really useful and have relatively good, just because there can be some side effects doesn't mean that many people do get those side effects. So you always have to take that with a grain of salt. Some of those are just happenstance, right? Some of them are just random people have reactions to certain medications. So, talk to your doctors and ask questions, though. Ask lots of questions. You have to be your own advocate out there, health advocate, right? KM says Big Lots is mulling bankruptcy on its 1,400 stores. We've been seeing rumblings about Big Lots out there for the last number of months. Started hearing some rumblings in February and March that there might be something coming down the pike with Big Lots, but nothing tangible just yet. Lee says Delaware, Ohio, eggs are like rubber when boiled. They're very thick and chewy whites. If you scramble them, they will not stay combined. Also, Roma tomatoes, very thick skins and no seeds on the inside. Orange grape tomatoes are like rubber balls, hollow on the inside and outside is stretchy as well. We bought these from Meijer and Kroger. Food is changing. I mean, I think we can all agree that food is changing, whether it's just lower quality or whether there's, we're getting more and more of these genetic varieties that are seedless or just unnatural in one way or another. Now, I mean, a lot of the food that we have already is unnatural. I mean, like bananas. Take bananas. They're some of the most genetically modified foods that we've ever seen on this planet. So much so that the banana plants can't even reproduce. They have to be reproduced in a test tube in a lab. And that's part of the problem is that they modify them so much that with the diseases going around, if these banana plants get sick worldwide, they can't just make another one because they've modified this over so many different generations that it would take them a long time to develop something similar. It's just, we used to do it by crossing different varieties and all that kind of stuff like that. Nowadays, they plug their computer in and start typing on the genome and everything. No Joke says, I was shake testing the Keystone cans when I saw that Walmart finally stocked pork and turkey. 2 days later, the price dropped and the 6 cans were, and I overheard a worker who was watching me shake the cans and say, oh, he's good. Everyone is aware of this issue, and I thank everyone here on your channel, and you are the reason. Always great work. Well, thank you. And it's just great knowing that, most of this stuff is coming from other people in the community. It allows me to not have to be the expert on everything, right? But to allow you guys to share your expertise and your experiences with each other. Ducky1 says, just returned from Walmart. No frozen broccoli, frozen cauliflower, or frozen stir-fried vegetables. This is in southern Illinois, by the way. Great value whole milk went from $3.02 a gallon up out of 48-ounce, 4% less fat. So that went up to $3.02 a gallon. That's what it was. The farm's cottage cheese. That's 4% less in each one of the containers of cottage cheese. Substitute, there's 2 28-ounce containers instead of the 48. I guess that's their order. This will probably be the last time I do a big food order from Walmart. Food is costing too much. We heard my husband's job site will be closing next month. A lot of people getting laid off these days. I've been stocking the pantry off and on for 2 years, and I'm glad I did. Looks like we'll be living off of it. Things get rough for all of us, right? And being stocked up definitely can help. Jack says, here in North Georgia, we haven't had measurable rain in 7 weeks. Plants are suffering. That's in that whole Alabama, Tennessee area and North Georgia. We're having that big drought section right there, and it's hurting the plants bad. Jennifer says, I've had major stocking issues in Virginia as well. I live in Northern Virginia, 5 minutes from D.C. and Maryland. I can't go to the dollar store anymore. I've tried 4 times over the last 2 months, and there's hardly anything on the shelves. When I've ordered my groceries delivered, more than half of the items are out of stock and are refunded to me. The food I do get is bruised up. That's what we got going in for the reports today. Thanks so much for those of you contributing to them. If you want to get some more information on Genesis Gold Group, there's a link right there. Just tap on the screen, fill out your information. They'll get in contact with you. If you want to call them directly, make sure you just check the description down below. If you do contact them directly, mention this channel if you do move forward with them, so they do waive the setup fee, right? If you want to check out another video from this channel, there's one right up here. I'll see you over there, or I'll see you guys later. Steve Poplar of the Poplar Report, out. Friends, there's a lot of things happening out there when it comes to nuclear weapons, and we got some big headlines, big updates we need to cover. We're going to jam-pack a whole bunch of these together into one big super update. Over the past week, we've had a lot of things happen, and as we connect the dots, you're going to see that nuclear war has potentially never been closer than it is today. We're going to be going over to the Korean Peninsula, where the United States and South Korea are plotting together to bring an end to the world, it seems like. North Korea is out there trying to figure out how it can nuke the United States, which is concerning, right? And the fact that they're trying and actually getting some help along the way is very concerning. Belarus out there making some serious threats. Apparently, they've gotten their hands on nukes. We got Iran out there saying that they're going to try to get their hands on nukes. And we have, of course, at the heart of it all, Russia. Russia out there suddenly doing a bunch of nuclear missile drills that we haven't seen the likes of since the Cold War. And you got to ask yourself the question, why in the world are they doing that now? It's expensive, costly, and yet you would only really need to do that if you were anticipating nuclear war in the near future. We got a lot to cover, friends. I hope you buckle up and hang on, because we're going to cover a lot of stuff in the next few moments. Welcome to the Poplar Report. I'm Steve Poplar. I'm an accountant by trade. If you're not already subscribed, please hit that subscribe button or hit that like button. I don't usually say all that, but if you haven't, please do. All right, let's start off here in Russia, because like I said, that's kind of the heart of the matter. We got a lot of things happening out there, a lot of moving pieces. Russia just this past week launched a series of mobile missile drills. Now, the United States land-based intercontinental ballistic missiles basically are in these fortified missile silos, right? The United States, as well as China and some other countries, do similar things. But really, the United States and China are the ones that really do this, where we have lots of hardened silos in the ground, concrete bunkers for the missiles, and then we spread them out so that basically you know where they are, but you have to drop a nuke basically on each one of them in order to actually destroy them. And that's going to take you a lot of nukes, right? You're probably not going to be able, it's going to be like one big whack-a-mole kind of thing. So that's how the United States does it. You basically can see all the silos, and everybody knows where the silos are. Now, you don't know which ones are full and which ones are empty. So they're always kind of cycling them out that way, but they're not doing it nearly as much as what Russia does, because Russia doesn't do silos. They have their intercontinental ballistic missiles on trucks, and they just drive them around. The problem is that's kind of expensive. So do they really drive them around a lot? Not necessarily. Now, since the fall of the Soviet Union, they haven't really felt the need to really drive them all around constantly. However, just this past week, they did some major drills where they were really moving their ICBMs around, playing shuffle card, right? They're just moving them around rapidly, putting up camouflage. We haven't seen this type of activity since the end of the Cold War. So why is Russia suddenly getting very interested in moving these missiles around so frequently and so much? Why would you do that unless you really saw nuclear war on the horizon? It's a lot of fuel to move these things around. It's a lot of crew wear and tear on the crews. So this is definitely something that's got some attention internationally. What are they preparing for? And if you think that they're preparing for a potential nuclear first strike or even deploying nuclear weapons in Ukraine, this may explain why they're suddenly much more interested in the nuclear survivability of their land-based ICBMs. So not only that, but there was a poll that just came out this past week that a large portion of the Russian population supports President Putin's deployment of nuclear weapons in Ukraine. And that's concerning. I mean, I don't think many Americans would agree with the fact that we should deploy nuclear weapons in Ukraine. I don't think you'd be hard-pressed to get out of the single digits in percentage there. But over in Russia, with the war the way it's going, and also just a lot of the Russian perspective on these things, they are apparently game for that. And that should be definitely concerning to us. Now, whether we see a tactical nuclear weapon used in Ukraine, used by Russia to gain the upper hand and to really bring a swift end to the Ukrainian war, that might be the case. Or, as I keep saying, we are vulnerable to a massive Russian surprise nuclear attack. And I know a lot of you guys go, well, that just means the end of the world. That means they're going to get it just as bad as us. I'm telling you, they could take out our nuclear weapons. If they defang us, if they take out all of our nukes, or most of them, we're going to be in a world of hurt. That's serious, friends. They could potentially take out our Ohio ballistic missile submarines. I've talked about that before, about how that's possible. They have developed the Poseidon torpedo, which is designed to take out cities or something stupid like that. People are like, oh, it's going to be a wall of water that can attack, that can hit cities and stuff. Why wouldn't they just use a missile? They can just use a missile, okay? The simple fact is that those Poseidon torpedoes are very clearly aimed at taking out our Ohio ballistic missile submarines. Their hypersonic nuclear-tipped missiles are very much aimed at taking out our land-based missiles. So when you look at things, they could launch a surprise attack on us. Now, I'm not saying it wouldn't be risky. I'm not saying that there wouldn't be casualties, but the fact that Russia can get something like 80% of its population underground into hardened bunkers within a few hours compared to the United States, which nobody even knows of where bunkers are. Like, the idea of getting Americans underground is just like laughable. Like, we haven't built bunkers since the 60s, right? So we got that. We have Belarus acting out here too. Just Sunday, they issued a major statement that it would use nuclear weapons if its sovereignty and independence were threatened. One, you should ask yourself the question, wait a minute, Belarus has nukes? And the answer to that is, well, technically no. But last year, Russia announced that they were going to be giving tactical nuclear weapons, basing them on Belarusian territory. So they're going to house nuclear weapons in Belarus, which certainly makes Europe a little skittish. If they're hypersonic missiles tipped with nuclear weapons, the fact is that those hypersonic missiles could be over the UK, over London, within 10 to 11 minutes. They could be over Germany in 4 to 5 minutes. That's kind of concerning. And Poland in like a minute or two. Needless to say, Poland doesn't like this. Germany doesn't like this. None of the European countries like the fact that Russia has put weapons of mass destruction in Belarus. Now, the fact that Belarus is out there saying that they will nuke anyone who threatens their sovereignty and independence brings up the troubling question of, wait a minute, Belarus isn't supposed to have control of these nukes. Russia is supposed to have control of these nukes. They're the ones with the launch authority, and they're just housing them on Belarusian territory. But the comments made certainly raises the specter of, wait a minute, has Russia actually just given these nukes and launch authority to the country of Belarus? Because that's a very different thing than what the United States does and our allies do, where we base nuclear weapons in other people's countries. And we're going to get back to that because the United States is talking about doing something extremely dangerous over on the Korean Peninsula. So there's a lot of questions being asked right now about Belarus and Russian nukes that are there. But I think at the very minimum, whether they're overstating their ability to launch these things, there are real nuclear weapons in Belarus, and they are definitely a threat to Europe. Also, just the question of we were wondering when they'd get there. Russia announced last year that they were going to send them, but we never got confirmation that they were there. But apparently Belarus is telling us that they're there now. All right, we have of course the issue that's been kind of hanging over our heads, Cosmos 2553, which is a Russian satellite spinning around the world. It has been alleged by some lawmakers in Congress, the United States Congress, that it is a weapons test platform, that it is testing the feasibility of putting nuclear weapons in space. Now, they're not saying that there are nuclear weapons on Cosmos 2553, but they're saying that it's pretty clear that what Russia is doing with Cosmos 2553 is they're testing the possibility of basing nuclear weapons in space. And that has people on edge, naturally speaking. Let's go over to the Korean Peninsula because this is where things are really heating up, friends. All right, so apparently we're just receiving word that the United States and South Korea are in discussions on basing possibly United States nuclear weapons in South Korea. Now, what's being discussed is a nuclear pact between the United States and South Korea. Now, depending on what that nuclear pact looks like, we could have some very significant problems. The first thing is, if this is basically us making a guarantee to South Korea that if North Korean troops or anyone crosses the 58th parallel, that the United States will use nuclear weapons to attack whoever's attacking South Korea. That would not necessarily break any kind of armistice. We have an armistice in place. Is it armistice or ceasefire, basically. We have basically an agreement with North Korea. Hey, you stay over there, we'll stay over here, and we won't shoot at each other very much. We're still technically at war with North Korea, and South Korea is still technically at war with North Korea, and North Korea is still technically at war with South Korea. So it's still a hot war, but there is like a ceasefire in place. But there are all sorts of stipulations to this, including how many U.S. troops can be in South Korea at any given time. That's why the United States has to swap them out, and they have to go through a specific process to make sure that too many U.S. troops aren't in South Korea at any given time. And there's also a composition of like how many armored vehicles and what composition the United States can keep. So it's like what kind of troops they can have. And I think there's also stipulations on where they can be in the continent at any given time. So one of those stipulations is that the United States cannot base nuclear weapons in South Korea. So if what's being discussed is the United States housing nuclear weapons in South Korea, one, North Korea is not going to like that at all. And that will potentially be a breach with North Korea and basically kick things off into a hot war, potentially from the North's perspective. Two, if we base nuclear weapons in South Korea, China will will throw a hissy fit. Like they will not like that at all. You know how like Europe doesn't like Russian nukes in Belarus? Well, China will basically take the same perspective on American nukes in South Korea. That may be what they're kind of counting on, wanting China to basically throw a hissy. But let's just say that would be a very high stakes game, and Sleepy Joe is not really up to the task of handling these type of negotiations or dealing with this type of stress. When I've talked about hypersonic missiles being launched outside the air identification zone over Canada, that we would be looking at 10 to 15 minutes before those missiles could be potentially over our northern missile sites, and about 15 minutes before they'd be over our southernmost missile sites. That's the question. What happens if at 2 a.m. in the morning, the call comes in, we identify these missiles coming in? Will we be able to wake up the president, communicate to him what's going on, have him make a decision, and have us launch those nuclear weapons? And will that scenario even play out? Possibly. But even the fact that we could sit down and have that conversation of whether the United States would be able to launch those missiles in time is certainly one that we shouldn't be having. We should be having a conversation where, no, that's absurd. The president, of course, would push that button before the missiles would get over our missile sites. But that's not the situation we have right now. We have a situation where our president can't really communicate clearly for any length of time more than like 2 minutes. And any time past 8 p.m., apparently he's just not with it, okay? That's by admission from the White House. Anytime past 8 p.m., he's just non-functional. So at 2 a.m. or, 9 p.m., would we have a problem with being able to launch our nuclear weapons? Because the president would be like, it's his nap time. I don't know. But what we have going on in North Korea is moving forward with its development of the Hwasong-16 solid propellant intermediate range ballistic missiles. They are testing things that they shouldn't be testing. Now, they just did a test of a MIRV missile. Now, MIRV is multiple independent reentry vehicles, basically one missile, multiple warheads. So one missile, hit multiple cities, or one missile can hit multiple missile sites, right? If North Korea is concerned with South Korea, why do you need an intermediate range? And, well, let's just say it this way. They're trying to figure out how to nuke United States cities. Now, you could look at it from the sunny side and say, well, North Korea is just trying to secure itself so that if anyone attacks North Korea, it could then nuke the United States, and that's a deterrent. But who in the world is actually talking about attacking North Korea? South Korea is not talking about invading North Korea. The United States has no interest whatsoever in going to North Korea. So what are they afraid of? And what are they trying to develop these weapons for? Now, they tested the MIRV missile, but it didn't go so well. Right now, we still haven't seen them deploy or test a reentry vehicle that can actually take a intercontinental ballistic missile and bring it down through reentry. Of course, you got to deorbit, which takes up a lot of friction, brings up a lot of heat. You always see the heat tiles on these things. Basically, North Korea can't figure out how to bring a reentry vehicle through the atmosphere onto its target. It keeps breaking up in the atmosphere. So the idea that they're testing a multiple independent reentry vehicle weapon is concerning, right? Now, why is that concerning? I mean, they're trying this, and we maybe think like they just can't figure it out. They won't be able to figure it out. It's fine. except for the fact that Putin just visited the short dictator of North Korea. And Putin has scientists who actually know how to make these type of weapons work. And Putin just got authorization from Kim Jong-un to send troops, North Korean troops, to Ukraine. We also see the fact that North Korea has authorized the dispatch of large amounts of artillery shells, and they now have a mutual defense pact. So why, if North Korea has a mutual defense pact with Russia, if anyone attacks North Korea, they're attacking Russia proper, which goes without saying that Russia would respond with nuclear weapons with, probably. And if that's the case, then why is North Korea still pursuing these nuclear weapons? And my concern all along with Iran and North Korea getting nuclear weapons has been the fact, what if someone like Putin has a conversation with Kim Jong-un and says, hey, how about you come to Russia and we set you up like really nice. We get you a mansion, we get you all the things you want. You bring whatever people out of North Korea you want, but you're going to launch a massive nuclear strike on the United States. You're going to launch a whole bunch of ballistic missiles in North Korea, and then you're going to scoot over here to Russia. We'll accept you, and the United States will, attack North Korea and wipe it from the face of the earth probably, but you'll be safe in, Russia. We'll make it worth your while. You do this for us, and we'll take care of you. And it won't really hurt you at all. When you're a North Korean dictator who doesn't care about your people one lick, you can imagine how that might actually be a conceivable conversation. And Russia gets a great deal. United States may be damaged or severely hurt, and all Russia loses is North Korea, who they couldn't care less about anyway. They could do the same thing with Iran. If they can get these countries, these vassal countries, to do something really bad, and then Russia goes, we didn't know that was going to happen. We had nothing to do with that. Don't look at us. That is a very real concern. Whether Russia gives North Korea missile technology, EMP technology, or those type of things, that's been something that's been postulated for many years. I'm not the only one who thought that. I mean, that's been a thing that's been kicked around for 25 years plus. I remember reading about that way back in the day in high school. Okay, so this is a thought, a concern out there that military planners in the West have had, that a vassal state launches a major strike on the United States, and then what do we have to respond with? Like, how do we respond to like China or Russia? How do we pin it on them when it was clearly this other state? We'd have to somehow pin that nuclear weapon onto Russia somehow before we could actually do anything. And even then, does that really get us anywhere? If we can't prevent it from happening, does that get us anywhere? So that's some of the updates that we're seeing out there. Iran, of course, threatening to pursue a nuclear weapon or nuclear weapons if they don't get their way. If we keep targeting, and if Israel keeps targeting their Islamic Revolutionary Guards, they're basically their special forces that are going around all over the Middle East, Hamas, Hezbollah, training these guys on how to attack Israel and the United States military, all this kind of stuff like that. Iran is saying that if you don't stop attacking us, attacking our troops that are causing this problem around the Middle East, we're going to develop nuclear weapons. Also, you have to remove all of your sanctions on Iran, or we're going to develop nuclear weapons. So, as you can see, a lot happening over the last week and a half all over the world. Things are heating up. World War III is on the brink here, and we're already into World War III. It's just a matter of how fast and how far this is going to go. All right, friends, thanks so much for watching. If you want to check out another video from this channel, there's one right up here. And let me know what you guys think down in the comments down below. Thanks so much. I will see you guys later. Steve Poplar of the Poplar Report, out. Well, here we go. The Democrat Party is in open civil war. Half the party is lining up over here against Biden, and half the party over here is lining up for Biden. And it is going nuclear today. You better believe it, because Congress has just re-arrived in Washington, D.C. We got Senator Mark Warner out there trying to gather senators to openly call for President Biden to step down. And this is really big. I'm not sure if you're familiar with what the Senate is like, but the Senate, they don't talk bad about each other. They're always they call themselves an exclusive club, and they don't talk bad about each other. And even people who have left the Senate, including, guess who? Previously Senator Biden. And so the fact that senators would actually call him out and ask him to step down and resign is a big deal. It's a major slap in the face. We got House representatives lining up one after the next to step up to Caesar and to restore democracy. Let's just say it that way. Anyway, so we got a lot to talk about. A lot is happening in Washington, D.C., and fireworks today. That's what we're looking at, and this whole week is just going to ramp up. Once we get a list of Democratic senators who are asking President Biden to step down, that's going to be just, wow. Things are moving and shaking. We are definitely looking at seeing President Biden stepping down, or a major civil war to take place within. There's going to have to be a purge one way or another. This hasn't been this bad since President Biden, former Senator Biden, Vice President Biden, was going up against Hillary. Remember that whole fireworks show and Bernie Sanders? Oh man, this is a big deal. We're going to talk about what's going on. We're going to talk about the polls out there of who could actually go up against Donald Trump and actually win. There's only one Democrat that actually is polling good enough to actually go up against Donald Trump. We'll talk about that. We got a lot to talk about. Let's jump into it. Welcome to the Poplar Report. I'm Steve Poplar. I'm an accountant by trade, and we're covering what mainstream media doesn't want to talk about, which is this is absolutely devastating for the Democrats. What has been happening before, with everybody noticing what's going on with the president, and nobody wanting to talk about it, or people covering it up constantly. That looked bad. Now, the cover-up is blown open. People see exactly what's going on, and we see mainstream media outlets are lining up to go up against him. 7 major networks, news networks, that have previously covered for President Biden are now calling for his removal, or for his resignation. And just give you an idea what the Democratic National Convention, its rules are: after the primary, with the votes cast, they cannot stop him from becoming the Democratic nominee unless he resigns or he dies. If he's not willing, then either Hillary's going to have to go do a Clinton on him, right? Add him to the Clinton body count. But if that doesn't happen, then the only option up till the convention, they can't remove him because he's lost his mind. That's not in the rules. They might change that going forward, but they can't remove him. There's no way. He can either resign or he has to die up till the convention. Now, after the convention, if they use up their convention with President Biden, then that's not good. They lose a lot of PR that way. After the convention, they can replace him for inability to basically run for president, incapacity. So they do have that in there, but up until the convention, they can't do that. And we already have some interesting problems for the Democrats, because the Democratic convention, is too late for the state of Ohio. So if they want to get on the ballot in Ohio, they actually have to nominate President Biden as their Democratic nominee before the convention. So we're running up into this thing. Now, it's interesting out there that we see Donald Trump was already talking about sharing his vice president, but that hasn't happened. I was kind of a little curious about that. Why is Donald Trump not announcing his vice president? And apparently, what's happening in the Trump campaign is that they decided that they just want to watch the fire burn for a while. The mainstream media, all the media outlets are ganging up now on President Biden, or they're defending him. And this civil war, Donald Trump is like, I'm not going to take any of the spotlight off of this. Let's just watch the dumpster fire burn. And that's probably a wise move. So he's actually postponed the announcement of his vice presidency until after this whole thing shakes out, right? And that's a good idea out there to keep the spotlight off of Donald Trump and keep it on President Biden, because it's pretty. I mean, he just the other day he called himself a black woman, which is kind of awkward. I mean, I don't know where that ranks on the crime scale compared to blackface, but it's up there somewhere. Calling yourself a black woman when you're, well, I don't know. Maybe he's deciding to change his pronouns. I don't know. If that happens, I hope that the Democratic Party can respect his wishes, and they should probably start respecting them right now. So no clue on when she's going to step down from being president, resign, but that's what's going on out there. His speeches are getting worse somehow, and it is, as we all say, it is elder abuse, really, what's going on right now. He is clearly unable to function in the office and the role that they have him in, and yet they are just sending him out there. It's cruel. It's cruel. Now, I hope that for the sake of getting the government off our back as much as possible, I hope for the sake of libertarianism and conservatism that Biden not get out. Like, I don't want him to get out, because Donald Trump's going to win, right? Now, I'm not saying that he's the second coming of the Messiah or something like that. He certainly is not. He has his faults. And even in the good side of things, can he turn this boat around? I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical that he can turn the deep state around and get that fixed up. But if anyone can do it, I think he maybe has a shot. So Senator Mark Warner is gathering this group together to ask President Biden to step down. Now, there's only really one Democrat that could possibly stand up to Donald Trump, and I don't believe that's going to really work out for two reasons, actually. But he's going to just go up there and give the slap in the face. It's going to be A2 Brute kind of situation there. We got, on one side, we got Senator Mark Warner and whoever else he can scrounge up in the Senate. They don't want to go public until they actually get enough people. But Nancy Pelosi is in Biden's corner still, which kind of makes sense given her age, the Wicked Witch of the West, as I affectionately call her. The best stock trader of them all, Nancy Pelosi. Gavin Newsom and Governor Gretchen Whitmer, they are still in Biden's corner. But the list of Biden allies grows thin these days. A lot of Democratic representatives in the House are jumping ship one after the next, calling for President Biden to resign. So who is going to take his place? That's the real question, isn't it? Who's going to take his place? And the affirmative action Vice president is chomping at the bit. She got there not because she was qualified to be vice president, but because of her skin color. That's just the truth. Once he painted himself into a corner and said that he was going to nominate a VP that was a black woman, his list of possible VPs got really, really short, and Kamala Harris just basically got in because all the other options were pretty terrible, right? So she's in as vice president. Nobody likes her. Like, there aren't any fans. Her staff can't even stand her. Like, her staff keeps quitting. I don't know if you've seen all those news stories out there, but every time she gets new staff people, it's like not long before they quit as well. They can't keep staff. And I don't think the United States is really ready to vote for her, right? But the party of woke, how can they say no to a black woman whose turn it is? Eek. Yes, that's going to be a conversation out there. And it would be very, very bad looking if they pick a white man to take away the black woman's right. She's vice president. If President Biden steps down, she becomes president, right? If he steps down from the presidency, she becomes president. Now, if he just steps down from being the nominee, but not steps down from president, that's an interesting situation right there. I'm incompetent and unable to carry out next term, but I'm going to continue this term. That would be a whole thing. If they get him to step down, they will probably get him to step down from the presidency as well. And that would mean Kamala Harris stepping into the Oval Office, not to get lectured this time, but rather to sit in the chair. But we all know that President Biden will not step down until his legal and Hunter's legal issues are guaranteed. We know that. I mean, why else has Hunter Biden suddenly appeared at the White House, started attending meetings? Maybe President Biden's going to replace Kamala Harris with Hunter Biden, and then he's going to resign. Maybe that's one way that they can keep the family business out of the limelight and make sure that pardons keep flowing that the Attorney General doesn't examine anything from the Bidens. They are so corrupt and so deep in it that they can't stop. You know, I know a lot of people out there say that they just want to clutch onto the controls of power. Well, if you look at what they've done, what other option do they have? They have to hang on. If they don't hang on, I mean, if Donald Trump comes in, I mean, there's going to be legal actions against them. Clearly. I mean, gone is the whole idea of just, let it just pass and let the country move on. Donald Trump is not going to just move on. And if Democrats get into office, throwing the Bidens under the bus might be a thing. If they go into having financial, economic turmoil, I mean, they can always just throw Biden under the bus. Nobody liked him anyway. That's what they could do. And I think the Bidens are very aware of this. They've seen their party throw everyone under the bus that became inconvenient to them. And as a white man, he's more of a target than most, right? So he can't get out of office without some sort of promise from whoever's going to take his shoes. Now, if you're asking the question, so which is the Democrat that could actually defeat Trump, possibly? At least what the polls say right now. Well, the polls say right now that Michelle Obama could slightly beat out Donald Trump. Now, that's not really fair because she's never run for any public office, right? She's ridden on the coattails of Obama and Barack Hussein Obama. Now, if she runs, she's going to start getting hit hard, right and left, from Donald Trump. And can she survive that and come out looking squeaky clean? I don't know. She's going to have all of the failures of the Barack Obama presidency thrown around her neck, and arguably the victories of their party. I don't know if I agree with any of them, but they're definitely going to make the case, right? Now, that's a big downside, is that Michelle Obama will get saddled with Benghazi, will get saddled with all sorts of other scandals out there. There is a dossier that the Republicans can open up and start bringing things out. She is more squeaky clean than most of the Democrats out there. Also, she doesn't have a voting record out there. So there's that too. And Barack Obama is still fairly popular. I mean, definitely compared to Biden. And she's a black woman. Well, some people dispute that last part there, but that's a whole search you don't want to get onto on the internet. But we have the other problem, which is she said that she definitely won't run. So I don't know. Maybe she will. Maybe Oprah will come out of stage right and run for office. That's probably not a thing, but I think that that's more likely than seeing Gavin Newsom, a white man, come out. It's going to have to be a colored woman. If they want to get Kamala Harris out of the way, it's going to have to be another black woman, probably. That's my guess on things. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments down below. Who do you think they're going to go with? And do you think they're actually going to pull Biden out of office? And how long will it take for them to get him out of office? That's an interesting thing. I'm sorry, friends, but I am kind of having a good time here today because we get a lot of doom and gloom out there, but watching the implosion of the Democratic Party is, I don't know, kind of satisfying. So the destruction of a political party in political terms instead of the destruction of our country, that's a fairly nice thing to watch. I don't think anyone's crying a river of tears for the Democrat politicians, even if you're a Democrat, right? Nobody likes politicians, period. And so just the fact to see all these things kind of on fire is kind of spectacular and kind of funny to watch. All right, friends, thanks so much for watching. If you want to check out another video from this channel, there's one right up here. I'll see you over there, or I'll see you guys later. Steve Poplar of the Poplar Report out.